You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the third stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Our live coverage presented by Rapala. So great to have you with us. We got 3.5 hours of coverage coming up here on this all-important day number 3, moving day. Semi-final Saturday. We started with 102 anglers. We are down to 50 on this day. Let's take a look at this unique playing field. Believe it or not, elites have never been to the state of North Carolina. Just incredible stuff, and a place like no other we've ever been on the Elite Series. The Albemarle Sound and Pasquotank River. Elizabeth City right there. Waterfront Park, that's where the takeoff took place about an hour ago. A few scenes from that takeoff. Again, we got our full field, 102 anglers here. And this has been one they've had to figure out, sort of play it by ear, figure it out as they go along, because none of them has ever competed at this level on this particular body of water. Okay, Kyle Patrick not taking it too seriously. That comes later today. We got all sorts of challenges for these anglers, weather being among them. We will be in the field, on the water with 10 anglers all day today. Here's our rules of the game. Again, the full field today. We'll take it down. We've got 50 anglers today. We take it down to 50 anglers after 102 on the first 2 days. Drew Benton from the weigh-in. Drew Benton, the 10-year veteran of the Bassmaster Elite Series, was one of the favorites coming in here. And one of our North Carolina anglers who made it in here, Shane LeHew, in his 6th season with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Brock Mosley of Mississippi has been super solid here. He hasn't had any giants shown up. He's just been more consistent than everyone else with the 3- and 4-pounders and so forth like that. And the man who is the reigning world champion, Easton Fothergill. Had a great day one. We thought he was going to be the leader, but had our board erased and we had to start over again. We'll explain that for you a little bit later. Kyle Patrick, 2nd-year man, 12-year veteran of the Bassmaster Elite Series. One of the originals here. Brandon Lester, great shallow water talent and doing as expected here. Well, there we go. Young Mr. Williams from Maine. Tyler Williams doing very well here in his 2nd year with the Elite Series, 4th year with the Elite Series for Jacob Foutz. And he is known to show up big time on the final days of a tournament, and he has laid the groundwork here today. Trey McKinney, what a career he has had his first year, not even a half a year. Year and a third of a year in the Bassmaster Elite Series. And there is the man of the hour, the star of our show, and I'll explain. Kyle Welcher has put together 2 30-plus pound days, which is just incredible. He starts with a lead of, wait for it, 22 pounds on this day, and there is Kyle Welcher right now. Again, that was earlier today at the launch, and our 50 anglers. Takeoff, Kyle has got to, you think, tough being number 1, Davey Hyde. Everybody's got a target on your back. He's got such a lead now. You want to be where Kyle is.
Absolutely. A lot of times as an elite angler, you want to be close to the lead, just within reach, but maybe not have all the spotlights on you. But with a 22-pound lead, I don't think anyone would not want to be in the position that Kyle Welcher here at this Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. 22 pounds is unheard of. It really is.
This was earlier today.
Almost identical to his start yesterday morning. About this time, he caught a 7-pounder. Good way to get your tournament day going. 22-pound lead and go to a fish he was able to locate yesterday.
Look at that Bronco bug, baby. Look at that thing.
What a start. What a start.
We'll take that one. All right, we are on the place that I've caught most of my fish the last 2 days, and so we're off to a pretty fair start. You know, anytime you catch a big, female up here getting ready to spawn or spawning, it's a good time, so we have located another good one. I really, really want to catch this one. Good to make the day just get off to a phenomenal start. So I'm excited, man. I was worried about what the weather was going to do. It seems like some of them are still there. That's really all you can ask for. We got a good opportunity. We just got to capitalize.
That's a couple line right there.
She ain't that big. Dang.
I think he'll survive that one. Anyone hates to lose a fish. That was a good one, obviously, Davey.
Yeah, he had gotten to the point, he was certainly in the zone that he thought when he set the hook, this fish is already in the boat. But and it's been going so well for him, obviously, with the lead that he has. Everything has gone perfectly for Kyle Welcher, but that's one he certainly wished to have in the live well this morning.
Let's look at that one more time.
Maybe she'll go back.
Look back on yesterday, and Kyle at one point said, gosh, I'm the chosen one. And everyone knew he wasn't being self-important in any way. He was like, said, all the bets I made were the right ones. Everything has come through. It's a perfect storm of perfection for Kyle Welcher so far in this tournament. But we're only halfway through, Ronnie Moore. That's the thing we got to keep in mind.
Yeah, and the enormous, to put it in perspective, I've never seen a 22-pound lead after 2 days, Tommy. We've had 7 bags over 20 pounds this week. Kyle has 2 of those. So for him to have a 22-pound lead and only 7 times someone's weighed 20, incredible.
Let's get out to Brandon Lester. Fished well enough yesterday to fish his way in from outside the top 10. Thus, we are with him all day today, and he didn't waste any time getting started. This is earlier.
What about that to get the morning started? Bassmaster live on a Saturday. Look at that, baby. That's what we're talking about. Heck yeah, dude. That's awesome. All right, well, we are ahead of schedule from yesterday. We got 3 in the box, 2 good ones. Got like a 5 and a 3 3/4 and just another good keeper. I'm seeing several fish here. Every day I learn a little bit more about this spot. What it is, the little shell bar. And to be honest with you, I pulled up here this morning and I've just been bombing a shaky head on it. And I pulled up here this morning and made a few casts, didn't get a bite, and I was getting ready to leave because this is not where I caught most of my weight yesterday. And I saw one sitting out there about 50 feet on active target. I cast my shaky head out there and caught that 5-pounder. So then I kind of started looking around, and they're not just grouped. When I found this spot in practice, they were real grouped up. They're not like that anymore because the current's not pushing real hard, but they're still here. They're just scattered out. So I'm kind of trying to see them right now and make specific casts to them. And I'm trying a different bait. I hadn't thrown a jig here all week, but there's some big fish here. I know there are. So I just wanted to try something with a big profile, try to get some interest out of one of those big ones. And we're gonna give it a little more time here, and then we'll go to another spot about 5 or 6 miles away here after a while. We're off to a good start though.
It's off to a good start. It's going to take a good start by everyone if they're to get some sort of glimmer of hope that they might be able to climb into contention with Kyle Welcher. Again, Kyle Welcher has just done something remarkable, and we will be on him all day. Seems like the last many tournaments we've been with this man, just about every day. Trey McKinney, he's on a roll right now, 3 tournaments. Being in contention, including the Bassmaster Classic, is completed.
Big one. Come on. Number 1 better than yesterday's number 1. I know that for a fact. Dude, my hands are still like numb. I can't fight it right.
Like I'm falling down a boat?
Good start for Trey. Had a good day on day one, 23 pounds in second place. Yesterday was a lot slower for him, especially early in the day, so it's good to see him off to a good start this morning. Not a 7-pounder, but a start.
Yeah, that was a little bit quicker on schedule today. Tyler Williams, one of that great rookie class from 2024, done very, very well in his first year and change in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Feeling good. We made it down here. I just flipping cypress knees and hoping for the best. But I don't really know. It's kind of chilly. The clouds are out. I don't know exactly what it'll do. If I don't get a bite in the next like probably half a mile stretch or whatever, it's a pretty big bend. I'll be pretty surprised. But if that's the case, then we're gonna have to go figure something out.
Tyler, great young angler, keeps it very simple, very simple. He fishes a rubber jig with a Yamaha flapping hog trailer about every single day that we've seen him on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he finds a way to make it work throughout the country.
Yeah, he thinks there's two ways to make it work, a brown jig and a green jig. So
Yes.
that's, you know, why complicate things?
And when he gets real fancy, he mixes in a jerkbait.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A few casts.
that's really mixing it up for
He's
him.
getting wild.
You see so many of these anglers with 20 rods on the front deck, never that way with Tyler.
I just decided to change it up today. I came in here where I've caught all my big ones in the tournament. I've weighed in 3 out of here, and the smallest one has been a 4.5 pounder. So I caught 2 5s in here in practice. So I figured if I got 5 out of here, they'd be big ones. So my numbers game yesterday didn't really work. I mean, I had some quality bites and had the bites that have 13, 14 pounds, but I mean, we're tournament fishing. We're fishing for 5. I've had 3 bites. I caught 2 shorts, and one of them, I'm not sure what it was. I don't think it was a giant, or by no means. I pulled it to the surface, but the water's about a foot lower than it was yesterday afternoon. So I'm gonna have to make an adjustment, I'm sure. I mean, but you know, it's a slow deal, and I've already had 3 bites doing it. So we're just gonna have to figure it out. Hopefully we can get a few bites here and there and, you know, stay all day and grind them out in here, because I firmly believe if I catch 5 out of here, they'll weigh north of 15 pounds. It's just, can you catch 5 out of here? There's so many places a fish can hide in here. So I'm really having to go slow and really try to pick it apart, but honestly, there's no way you can pick everything apart in this. There's so many places from the hide, from stumps to laydowns to trees to bushes. I mean, you can see how far back they can go, but I'm keeping the live scope on us, you know, looking out, see if something may have backed off to a stump out there or something, but right now I can't keep from getting hung up.
Brock Mosley mixing it up, used a lot of different baits the previous 2 days, a lot of vibrating jig, and mixing in this Buckeye half-ounce jig that he's using there this morning. That's what he's called his 3 bigger fish on, and you can hear a little different strategy today, knowing that he has to target those bigger fish. Catching a lot of 2-pounders is not going to do you any good when Kyle Welcher keeps catching 30-pound strings.
No, it's kept him in the top 10, but everybody's got to step it up, and not just a little bit, but a lot on this special 3rd day of competition. We'll only have 10 left when it's all said and done, but that's a long way off, and Kyle Welcher is a long ways ahead of the crowd. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Our 50 anglers have been out on the water for a little over, well, about an hour and 15 minutes now. A lot of them maybe still running to these far-flung places. This is a huge playing field, estimated as much as 2 million acres, which includes most of the length of the Atlantic coast of the state of North Carolina and all the connected waterways, very important rivers besides the Pasquotank, emptying into Albemarle Sound here. And Albemarle Sound is a vast, vast place. Let's find two classmates from our rookie class of 2024.
That's what everybody said at the
Williams
house,
and McKinney.
like back in the day. I'm like, are you sure? I have a camper. Yeah, that's my campground. Is out there. Oh, hang on 1 second. Golly, dude. Holy cow. Nope. That's her. That is her. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is her. Come on, quit fighting. Oh my gosh. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's get in this boat. 1 second. 1 second. Pop right out. Pop right out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you want to bump him? Let's see. Woo. Right there. Pop on her. Pop on her. Right. Yeah. We fighting for that second place trophy today, son.
Hey, how you feeling this morning after that big catch?
Feeling good. I'm feeling really good. Like, my mechanics right now are a little like, I don't know if I'm still like frozen or like what's going on, but I was like reeling, like, I don't know what it was. It felt so awkward, but we're good. We got one big one. Now we just gotta fill it. Actually, we got 2 good ones. So.
Well, he brings the energy and a whole nother vocabulary to the sport of bass fishing here. Trey McKinney, always fun to watch, and he had a great day 1, as you mentioned earlier, Davey. He fell off about 25-30% on day 2 from that figure, but he appears to be back on track in a big way.
It's really amazing. We've been watching him for a little over a year now, and if he does have one day where he falls off just a little bit, you can just about guarantee that he is going to rebound the next day, and he's certainly doing that again today. It's incredible. And a bad day for him is when he falls from 2nd place in the event to 3rd or 4th place in the event, but he's back on track today.
Yeah, his standards are high for being such a short timer out here on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. TH Marine Weather Watch today. This may be the coolest day we have had so far in terms of our high today, only 58 degrees, not climbing out of that. And the wind prediction is always key. It's the story here, just as it was at the Classic 3 weeks ago, 15 miles an hour, which that doesn't seem, as you've explained to us, that doesn't seem excessive. In most places it's high, but here that is excessive.
Yeah, very different here because the water is just so big. This place is so vast, the Albemarle Sound, that these anglers, many of them have to ride across or the length of to go to their fishing locations. Luckily for Kyle Welcher, he's not been doing that, but most of these anglers that we have cameras with today are moving around more than Kyle Welcher, our leader. So that 15-mile-an-hour forecast there, you know, keep up with the winds throughout my career. Oftentimes that 15 might be 12, but more often it's going to be 17, 18, maybe even 20. A 20-mile-an-hour wind here is a nightmare.
That's a boat breaker.
Yes.
No doubt.
Well, the two anglers fishing closest to Elizabeth City, North Carolina, our fantastic host city, Brandon Lester and our leader, Kyle Welcher. That is an advantage, not to have to deal with difficult boat rides. The majority of the field has had to deal with that.
That's a bass. It's a freaking giant. Oh my God, and it's a bass. Jeez. Dude, I hopped that thing and it went thump. I've been sitting there watching them suckers all week and I finally got one of them to bite. Come here, you big heifer. Oh, quit doing that. Come here. Come here. Yes, sir, baby. Yes. Look at that jig down her throat. I mean, that's what you call a game time decision right there. God, there's a little rock pile right there, and I'm like, how can I get them suckers to bite? I hopped that jig, and it went boom. God, we got drones flying, we got camera boats. Oh, that is freaking awesome. That's a tank right there. That's probably, we'll call her 5.5. She might be a little better than that. Yes, sir. I'd say she's a little better than that.
Good little starting spot.
Yeah.
Brandon Lester fired up, and understandably so. He's been looking at him all week. Little breakthrough today. There's your Lawrence bird's eye view to show that he's not fishing way out of town.
He's not.
He is right on the main line.
Right in the thick of things, no doubt. Brandon Lester found this, he called it a shell bar, just saying he said he threw to a little small pile of rocks, but a big key on a place like this is finding hard bottom, especially this time of the year. A lot of these fish looking for somewhere to spawn or to stage, and he has found a good spot of hard bottom there under this bridge.
Had to be one of our favorites coming in if momentum is anything, and momentum definitely is something. That'd have to be our reigning world champion, Easton Fothergill, at the Bass Pro Shops Bassmaster Classic 2025 edition. Put on a terrific performance. Great day one, but then day two knocked out 29 pounds to take a huge lead into that final day, and just figuring it out as he goes along on Lake Ray Roberts, and he just hit all the right notes.
You nailed it. He had a huge lead. As we call things a huge lead, the second day of the Bassmaster Classic, catching that 29 pounds. He didn't have the 22-pound lead like we've got Kyle Welcher here today, but things got very interesting like they might do in this particular tournament. Very tough day on the final day for Easton Fothergill. Had to catch a real big fish right in the last hour of competition to be able to seal the victory. A young angler that we're going to be seeing a lot more of throughout his career in the next 20 years or so.
Or 30 or 40.
Yes.
Depending on, this sport allows for a longevity if you want it, and if you can handle it. Very intelligent angler. Despite his 22 years, he has been there and done that and won. He knows how to win. That's a big important thing.
Absolutely, Tommy. I mean, there's a lot of great anglers that are his age, you know, in their early 20s, but the patience he had and knowing how to win, how to seal the deal, is very unusual for someone as young as Easton Fothergill.
He's had to overcome a few challenges. He's had a great college career, and in his second Bassmaster Classic at 22, he prevails. Now live.
Yeah, the area that I caught them in the last 2 days. I just feel like, you know, there's big ones still in the area, but I feel like it's kind of drying up a little bit. There's been a lot of pressure in there the last 2 days, so right now this morning we're trying something different to hopefully get you know, a decent limit, and then I'll go back to where I've been catching them and hopefully get a crack at you know, 1 or 2 of those 6+ pounders that there is in that area. But I just feel like, you know, there's been way too much pressure in there for me to go in there and you know, catch numbers. So hopefully we can find some numbers in here, and then yeah, have a couple hours to work around in there and hopefully get a couple big bites. It's kind of what we're hoping, but it's kind of a risk, but you know, I feel like I had to do something, and this is what we chose to do.
Well, it's always a great thrill when you go to a brand new fishery, as the Progressive Bassmaster Elites are doing this time around, this vast and complex place. And we sort of asked our 1 and 2 finishers from day number 1 to sort of break it down for us. Kyle Welcher, Easton, Fothergill in this place.
So the number one thing I'd say about the Pasquotank is it's very overwhelming. It's huge. Obviously, it connects to the ocean if you go far enough, but there's just something about these close to the coast types of fisheries that have a lot of sand, that dark tannic water, and then a lot of cypress trees, lily pads, a lot of vegetation, all that type of stuff. So I would say this sucker is very overwhelming, but it has a ton of fishable cover. It's almost too much at times.
I mean, there's anything you could ever want out here. There's stumps, cypress trees, and everything in between. This place offers literally everything you could ever want. But yeah, I mean, it's so vast. I'm just trying to, you know, sample a little bit of everything. Got kind of one pattern figured out maybe. Hopefully today we can unlock another one and go from there.
The road to the Indy 500 hits the streets of Long Beach for the 50th running of the Long Beach Grand Prix. The fastest racing on earth continues tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Having a great time here in North Carolina. First time ever in this state, the Tar Heel State, for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River, and several other prominent rivers flowing into the massive Albemarle Sound are playing in this tournament. We have one North Carolinian in our top 10. We will be with him all day long. 6th year Bassmaster Elite Series. Shane LeHew looking for his first victory.
Huh? Nah, it's like a 1-4. He's skinny. Skinny.
LeHew, more of a Lake Norman, North Carolina guy than particularly this place, so he's on a voyage of discovery just like the rest of them.
Yeah. One thing, though, about Shaney is he is very good sight fisherman. He is very good in this March and April time period, and so to see him, we saw him at the St. John's do well, and it was in February, but the spawn phase, same thing we're seeing a little bit here, and he wasn't even looking at that one. He was looking for them, caught a bonus one.
Same fish right here, too. Please don't break. That's all I ask.
Kyle Patrick, the New Yorker.
Oh. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's still on. The line's so frayed. Oh, he's frayed. Oh, my God. The lightest drag ever. The lightest drag ever. Please, please, please. You can see the frays all over the line. Yep, come out here. Yep. Yep. It's like the same, it's just 2 pound test. It's just exactly what it is. It's 2 pound test. Just come here. Just come here. Don't rush him, Kyle. Don't rush him. Please, 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 please. Yes! That sunline. Oh my gosh, this fish is all sunline, baby. You know what? I'll weigh him. Dude, oh my God. Oh, that is awesome, dude. I'm shaking. I got the shakes. It's not even a big one. Well, actually, it's a good one. It's a good one. 3/8. Yes! Look at this. Folks at home, look at that sunline. Literally unbelievable. He had me wrapped. This is 12 pound sniper. Come on! Dude, that was cool. That was cool. I'll be honest. I was a little nervous that it was gonna happen like the last one, but God dang. Dude, that fray. Unbelievable. So cool. So dang cool. Da-da-da. Now watch me try to tie on this hook. Every time I catch my first fish, it gets me fired up. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet. It's a start. It's a dang good start. See, I'm all jacked up. Maybe 6 feet ain't so far now. Dude, I get the shake so bad. On the frickin' egg zone, stick bait. Ba 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 ba. Dude, oh my goodness, that was wild.
Did he say he was all jacked up? I don't
think he said that one time.
Yeah,
Maybe 6 feet.
I think we're gonna get copyright claim though because it's such a good cover of Creed right there.
Oh yeah. Hold me now. Now I'd like to catch one where I don't have to fish it like I'm trout fishing with a nymph. Did you see me babying that thing? Oh my gosh. I mean, kind of cool, honestly, that it worked, because usually I'm not that guy. I'm usually like, let me just rush this and lose it.
Just shows you how much these anglers love what they do.
Oh, they're...
Yep. I was like, dude, you ain't doing it this time, boy. They better play that, because that's a good clip.
Believe it or not, that was not his first bass ever. He's a full-time professional bass angler.
And he's won tournaments before.
Yeah, he's actually done this before, and he's 30 pounds back, but you would never know it.
Oh my gosh, that's the term where I come from. He's just eat up with it.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely. His big win was on the Lake of the Ozarks, I think, in order to gain access to the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he has been a ball of energy out here.
I got to remember to reset my drag. Next time I set the hook, it's going to... Oh my God.
On the right trajectory. It was 16 pounds and change. First day, second day, up to 19 and a half. So he's going the right way. He just needs to up the scale a little bit.
Here we go.
Come here. Come here, you. Come here, you. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Yeah, boy. Come here, boy. Na 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 na. Ba ba da da da. Ho, hey, ho. God, that is awesome. Let's go, boys! Yeah! Is that what they were cheering for me on the last one? I didn't know. I would have hollered back. Come here, boy. Okay, it's a start. 213, okay. Go in there with your friend. Come on now. Here's the deal. Somebody won't let you down.
Man, oh man.
I met him 6 years ago at the St. Johns River. Long before he qualified for the elites, he said, my life dream is to be here and compete at this level. And you can tell he is living his dream right now.
Absolutely living the dream like a kid at his first visit to an amusement park every day with this guy. Kyle Patrick, special kind of energy.
It's nice to see people who love their job.
Yep.
It's very nice to see that.
Always is. Kyle Welcher, though, the man of the hour. Look at the size of that lead right there. Not quite as big as it was to start. Brandon Lester on a great run to get started today, but boy, the mountain they've got to climb is just so high. But again, we got plenty of time for big things to happen out there. Everyone's got to do their very best on this special day.
Hey guys, Trey McKinney here. We're at the Pasquotank River for the Elite Series event. I have in my hand was my key bait for today. It is a Bambusa from 6 Cents. Right here we got the Plum Flake. So it's kind of a darker, dingy color. Out here on these type of fisheries, you have this tannic water. So it's almost like tea. It's a darker type of water, and you'd think throw like something other than something dark, right? Well, it's actually quite the opposite. They love something that kind of blends in that dark water. It's hard to explain why they like it. But tomorrow is, who knows? Hopefully we catch them on this, but we're gonna go out there, give it a shot, and hopefully we can catch them on the 6 Cent Bambusa.
Bass Pro Shop's top bluers. Trey McKinney, at 19 years old, he hit the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series last year, and he has made himself a big part of the conversation and won Rookie of the Year, as a matter of fact, and contended for Angler of the Year. Let's look at this year's Dakota Lithium Bassmaster Rookie of the Year list right now as it stands. It's Tucker Smith of Alabama on top, Parl Marks of Georgia, Bo Browning of Arkansas in third place, another Georgian, Emil Wagner in fourth. Evan Kung of Canada came in with the lead, but He had a lot of difficulties on day number 1 here. Easton Fothergill had a terrible start to his Elite Series, as opposed to everything else he's attempted to do in the sport of bass fishing. But he's trying to make up for that and has made up some of that ground this week. Blake Capps in 7th. And Andrew Loberg in 8th place.
How about Paul Marks moving into 2nd and Rookie of the Year after yesterday? He started this tournament in 94th, and Tommy, he moved up to 56th yesterday, so he almost gained 40 points. Those are the marks where they're not fishing today. They didn't get the $10,000 check. They're classified as not having a good tournament, but boy, 40-point jump in one day. That's a huge point saver for him.
Absolutely could save his chances for Rookie of the Year.
Welcher.
Check that out, dude.
He's fishing for the right ones. There's no doubt about that. Incredible what he's been able to do.
This was one of the areas we saw him pre-fish yesterday when he was done with his fishing day.
He found this fish yesterday.
He's skinny though. I mean, dude. $5.5 pounder. It looks bigger.
Post spawn, female. Definitely looks bigger than that. But you can tell it was thin. We haven't seen many with that shape
Stay
here
on this
this
side
week.
a little bit. Yeah.
Take 5.5ers.
Absolutely.
No pressure, cruise control, doing what he likes to do. Sailboats in marinas, big factor in his 2nd place finish in the Classic at Hartwell.
That's right.
Several years ago, he wheeled a lot of his great effort there around one main marina with sailboats.
If he picks up a big swim bait and starts throwing around sailboats this time, Tommy, he's just showing off at this point, because his main game plan has worked quite well, Davey.
I mean,
He's
almost had a perfect event. He lost that one fish this morning, but other than that, it's been flawless.
No, you're not.
And that loss looms large now.
Oh, I saw a good one.
But he might not even need it in his 5 fish later, like with the way his days have gone.
Bacon.
Let's get it, baby. Let's get it, baby. Yes, sir. Gosh, baby.
Someone remind me why we haven't been here before for a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. Wow, what a fishery.
This is just eye-popping.
Gosh. I felt that thing go, boonk. I was like, ah.
What are you catching it on?
That one right there is on my jig coming from 6 cents. You guys are trying to get it completely right, and then I'll release it. That right there, 4.5 pounder. Let's get it, dude. Come on. Come on.
Trey McKinney with 23 pounds on day 1. A slow day yesterday, but boy, he's on track to have maybe even a better day than he had on day 1.
Had 6 or 7 really strong grabs yesterday and could not set the hook on any of them. Just not encountering that today. He's getting those fish today.
It's amazing. The reason for that is those fish are spawning, most of them, but this morning they're getting the bait better.
Let's get out to Easton Fothergill. Great day number 1, 23 pounds. Only good enough for 2nd, though, on that day.
Looking at Easton's graph here. See a fish there at 30 feet. There's his bait. Hooked up, it's a small one.
Fish have to be 14 inches in length.
Was having a hard time, having a hard time seeing that fish, and I understand why now. Normally, Easton's looking at one that, you know, much bigger than that, but it's a keeper.
That was keeper number 1 for Fothergill. Back out to Brandon Lester. Second place.
Caught a big one this morning on a shaky head, then we saw him catch the next big one on a jig. Looks like he's fishing a shaky head worm again now. Actually a drop shot.
He ain't much, but he's number 5. Calm down now. I'll tell you what.
Not his primary area there. It's a starting spot. He hoped to catch a couple fish, but got his limit there, so he's ahead of the game also this morning.
Absolutely, very much so, ahead of schedule. A very, very strong Kyle Welcher, though the strongest of all of them. Right now, a 21-pound 9-ounce lead.
100-pound pace, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely on a 100-pound. Already today on day number 3. Big, big day for Kyle Welcher. We'll be with him all day, and the rest of them doing the best they can do. It's been fun. Having a great time here in North Carolina at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. The Pasquotank River is part of this giant system that includes Albemarle Sound, several other giant connecting rivers, including the Roanoke, and many others that require a knowledge of pronunciation of that the locals use, and I'm still learning on most of those right now. Hey, if you want to follow along at home and do more than just follow along at home, play at home, Rapala Fantasy Fishing is bigger and better than ever. It's free to play. You got 3 different types of games you can do during the lake. You can do our matchup game. What's that called?
TH Marine Pick'em.
TH Marine Pick'em. And you can also do the regular fantasy fishing. Boy, just a great way to enjoy and see how you should stack up against your buddies, your family, whoever.
Welcher was a good pick this week, just
yeah,
style-wise,
Welcher,
but like not just
really,
because he's
good.
winning, but like he was we're not surprised that he's doing this because this is up his alley, you know, style of fishing, and then region of the country he does well.
Same with Drew Bitt.
Well, we got over here to the Chowan, and wind's gassing really, really bad on my best area. And I fished it for 45 minutes, and I knew they weren't going to bite really good in there. And the water's dropped. It's dropped probably 8 inches to a foot with this north wind. This place is not tidal per se. It is when you get closer down there, you know, to the bottom end of the sound, but the water fluctuation up this way is all wind driven. And we've got a strong north wind today, and north wind always drops it, so I don't know how that's going to really affect them. But right now we're just not really fishing new water for this tournament. I fished over here in practice and got a couple quality bites, but it seemed like my average was better over there. I've had 2 bites since I got over here. Both of them are little. We're just hunting and pecking right now.
Drew Benton, 10th year Bassmaster Elite Series angler. One of the favorites coming in, especially when people thought it could be a sight fishing event. He's one of the masters of that for sure.
But you never know.
Over to Trey McKinney.
I don't know what them fishes are.
Trey with a good day so far.
Best start yet.
Yeah.
What the crap? Oh my gosh. Oh, not that big, but. We're working on them, son. I thought it was a gar, and I like stroked it and it went boom. I was like, oh gosh. Yes, sir. Today I woke up and it was just like a cluster all morning, and then now it's like I'm calm. Yellow. Three-pounder. Son, we'll have plenty for fish fry tonight.
Obviously, he was joking about that. We don't get to fry these fish.
Figure of speech.
Once you put them in the holding tanks behind the weigh-in stage, they're no longer your possession. They are B.A.S.'s, and B.A.S.S. will put them back in the lake. Don't you worry.
Let's get out to Tyler Williams. Another angler who's upped his total, day 2 over day number 1. Looking to do it again today. Needing to do it again today.
Well, those clouds are...
Got a little weather in the area.
Yeah. So many big fish here.
Take that to start. Sweet. I was like, was that a bite? I'm like, oh, it was a bite.
Good start there.
They were having a little trouble with his audio there, but that one going in as a 4-4 to get his day going. That is a good start.
Half ounce. Rubber jig once again.
Yeah, that's easy to follow.
Yamamoto flapping hog. I'd like to see his, most of these anglers have more tackle they can haul in a truck. I don't think Tyler is that way.
He's got the biggest truck of most people.
Yes.
Look how pretty and white that fish is. See, the ones that live up here are real dark colored. That's a fresh fish, maybe a good sign. Let's see here. Make culling faster and easier. I'm gonna say he's probably 2 1/4.
Well, Drew mentioned there that fish, a lot lighter color. Means that fish has probably been offshore, just now moving up to small.
6 and 7. And that's where all my bites have been coming from, for the most part, on some kind of cypress knee. I've caught some off just trees, but it's like the trees that have the knees that come off that you can't see. I'm seeing them on live scope, and that's kind of the way it's been playing out. Obviously, if you see them above the surface, you fish those too, but those sneaky ones are the ones that are on really good. and they're just setting up to spawn around them. Matter of fact, 2 of the fish I caught yesterday were for sure spawning.
A little bit more wind where Drew is than the other anglers we've seen doing well this morning. They've been very protected places. And keep an eye on Drew and see if he can figure out how to make it work in a little bit breezier situation.
Surprised that he's not side fishing. He's fishing for those fish he said that are setting up to spawn, but he's not looking at them with his eyes, using his electronics a little bit.
Shane LeHew staying in the smaller cuts and feeder creeks.
We are kind of making our way back out of the creek we started in. Yesterday I got a really lucky bite under the bridge, caught like a 5 3/4. Today, no lucky big bites. We've caught 4 just keepers, probably got 6 pounds or so. Nothing big. We've had quite a few bites. I've been starting in here trying to get 3 or 4 fish, and then that'll give me a little confidence just to go, flip with the. I've been catching a lot of my fish on a 1/2 ounce jig and a buzz bait, and just having a few fish in the live well for me always gives me a little confidence to throw that bigger stuff. Try for some. The big bites have been key here. Yesterday I had, and a big bite to me here is anything over 4 pounds. And yesterday I had 2 of those, and the first day I had 1 of those. So that's been just kind of the key for me, and all of them have been on that 1/2 ounce jig. So we're gonna probably make a move back up above the ramp. I caught 2 of the fish I weighed in late yesterday in one place I hadn't been to yet, and it seemed like they were biting in there pretty good yesterday evening. I don't know if it was a timing deal or what it was, to be honest, but I think there was just some active fish in there, maybe some pulling up. I don't like that the water's dropped as much as it has. Like a lot of my bites, I'm having to drag my bait way off of stuff so far this morning, which has not been the case. Yesterday I skipped my jig under a cypress tree, and like I didn't even get to click the reel over, and he blew up on it while it was skipping. So, and that fish, it would be out of the water today. It couldn't live where it was yesterday. So, and it's gotten really clear in here, which is weird as well. But I mean, they seem to be biting. I've caught a lot of fish so far this morning. It's been fun. Like I said, I'm just pitching around, and you hope for 2 or 3 5+ pounders each day here. Unless you're Kyle Welcher, then you're going to catch like 7 of them. But the rest of us are having to fish a little harder. I'm sure he's fishing as hard as he possibly can. I shouldn't say that, but he is around a different caliber of bass than the rest of us, which I knew this place had them. This place is so beautiful. It's got so many bass in it. It's like it's probably got more largemouth than just about anywhere I've ever fished. I mean, a lot of them are little, but a lot of them are pretty big too. So we're gonna go look for a couple of those big ones.
Shane LeHew talking about what is obviously one of the true gems of his home state of North Carolina. So many bass, beautiful, big bass have we seen during the course of this week. Some of the water dropping. The north-north wind that Drew Benton mentioned is affecting the water level in a lot of places. We'll see how it plays out when we come back.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Bassmaster live from the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. Unbelievable. The Elite Series never had an event here. And this is a big, big fishing state. I mean, we talk about Alabama, we talk about Florida, Texas, all these places. North Carolina is big on the outdoors and big on bass fishing. And this place, obviously, is one of the big reasons. A huge playing field, 2 million acres, they say. And it's just almost unlimited possibilities here. And, of course, for Kyle Welcher, it seems any weight is possible. He's enjoying right now a 21-pound lead over his nearest pursuer, Trey McKinney.
That's it.
That's all.
Come on, Tommy. They've cut the lead down.
Yeah. Look at his electronics here.
Yep. Oh, there's a fish coming up.
boy.
Met his bait.
Wow.
He's going to catch this fish. A great look, about 20 feet away. There it is. Oh, I thought it got off there too. Just a different caliber of fish he's fishing for. It's fun watching everyone else, but when we go to him and he sets the hook, they're all big. See how aggressive that fish was. And he's catching the females. He's not catching the males very often.
Like that other one, ain't
4 3/4. They just, I guess they spawned out. I got some 7s in my future.
That's cool, right?
Yep.
You know you've had a great tournament when on day 3 you're a little disappointed that
Let's
it's
go.
4 3/4 that you just caught.
Yeah, and you're not over 20 with the first 4 fish. That is kind of a letdown.
Well, and now he was at 75 and change, and that's a almost 5-pounder, he said. So he's going to be over 80 pounds and literally have
Oh my God, dude.
the smallest bag of his week to break 100 tomorrow.
Do what? Okay. The conditions are vastly different. Vastly. But the plan is the same. You know, it doesn't seem to really be affecting the fish, which honestly is all I really care about. I'll freeze to death and be out here cold and hands cold and hurting, but it makes it hurts your efficiency a lot as far as maneuvering through the stumps and boat positioning on the fish when you find one. But other than that, I'm fine fishing in it. You just kind of got to go a little bit slower because you're not as in control of your boat. Like whenever it's flat calm, you dictate everywhere that boat moves, and obviously right now we got the wind trying to move it constantly, so it's just a variable, you know. We just control what we can control, and the wind is not one of those things.
Wind has blown from 3 of the 4 points of the compass so far this week on different days, on the first 3 days. I fully expect it to blow from straight east tomorrow. I don't know that, but
I love his attitude though. Honestly, he said it's just a variable we have to deal with as anglers, and we control what we can control, and what we can't, we just deal with. And that is a great mindset. It's so easy to maybe be negative and make excuses for not catching fish, which he hasn't experienced that at all here this week. But as an angler, it's easy to say, man, if the wind wasn't blowing, I would be doing this. Or if the wind was blowing, I would be doing that. So, good positive attitude.
again, Kyle now with 80 pounds, 2 ounces unofficially, according to Bass Track right now. That is it's beyond a blistering pace. That is
crazy, Tommy.
Incredible, crazy. Yeah, crazy is a great word for it.
You've had 7 individual bags over 20 pounds this week. He has 2 of them.
2 big ones.
And he's got 4 fish right now, almost at 20 pounds already. Like, he's making it so much easier than it's been.
And it's so much easier said than done to, I go fish for big ones. But that is truly what he has done since he left the dock on day 1.
There were some anglers this week, guys, that had a tough day one, but did find the big ones, whether it was an 18.5-pound bag. Maybe they got one of the 20-pound bags to make this big jump. But I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge here in the Bassmaster Studios, and I wanted to go through some of those movers. A lot of guys made some big moves. We talked about Paul Marks going from the 90s up to the 50s. Not fishing today, but an important move for his season. I'm looking at some of the massive moves we had for people outside the cut that jumped in and are fishing today. And one of those being Chris Johnston, moving all the way up from the 80s, moved up 70 spots yesterday to 14th place going into today. Greg DePalma was down even worse than that, and now he is in 67 places higher. He's, I believe, in the 20s coming into today. Mark Frazier made a jump from 88th to 48th, just inside our cut. Kyle Norstetter had a 7:15 yesterday. That really anchored his 37-spot move. And then we had two guys, one of them outside the cut, John Garrett, who was our Angler of the Year leader, jumped 30 spots into the cut, and Drew Benton, who was at the bottom of our cut, in there, though, into our top 10 to see him on camera today. So those are the 5 or 6 biggest movers, from 70 spot increases at Chris Johnston down to 30 spot increases. Those are the ones that really help your season. And like we said, if Paul Marks doesn't make that 40-point move without fishing today, it's still huge for his year overall.
A lot of points in question there for sure, gained by him. How about today's moves? The Mercury move of the day, Davey, is going to be Kiyoya Fujita.
Well, not a surprise to see Kiyoya make a move when we watch these other anglers using their electronics so well. He is one of the best in the business at it, but he has certainly made a move today. And all early on, he's still got a lot of the fishing day ahead of him, just like our leader, Kyle Welcher. You never know what he's going to have by the end of the day. But certainly so far, Mercury move of the day from 33rd to 4th place. Started out early this morning. First fish in the boat at 7:39. His 5th fish in the boat, being his biggest one just about an hour later.
And this is his biggest bag of the tournament so far. He was 20th on day one, 15 and change, dropped to 33rd, and now he's all the way into the top 5.
Huge start for Fujita. Looks at him now. You're in 4th place as it stands right now. Still a good ways back, just like everyone else, a good ways back for leader Kyle Welcher. We've seen some amazing performances, incredible moves up the leaderboard, down the leaderboard, day to day. We've got plenty more on the way from North Carolina. Tomorrow, it's door-to-door and bumper-to-bumper action at the last great Coliseum as the NASCAR Cup Series goes short track racing at Bristol. Pre-race kicks things off at 1:30 Eastern with the green flag flying at 3 tomorrow on FS1. We are definitely not on a short track today. We are on a giant 2 million acre fishery here. Everything connected to the Pasquotank River and Albemarle Sound for the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, our fantastic host city here. And yeah, some people are saying the weather was going to be questionable here, would fish small. It really hasn't been the case. Guys have made those long runs that they had sort of mapped out well in advance. They haven't enjoyed it. Not at all. There's been some complaining, and rightfully so. But everyone is trying to expand and get what they can get out of what they know. And then they're learning more every day about this place.
Yeah, I think we've had anglers in every river in this region.
Now that we have Benton in the Chowan, now that we've seen that.
Mm-hmm. Trey McKinney, good start for him today.
There we go. That's a big coal. Okay.
Incredible what a difference a day makes for Trey McKinney. The second day of the Bassmaster Classic was similar to his second day here.
Smaller than what I thought she was, but we got her. Blue. That's 19 pounds, baby. Oh my gosh.
Had a camera with him yesterday. He had just as many bites yesterday, or about the same as he's had today. Wasn't even hooking most of those fish yesterday, and today, every one that bites, he puts in the boat.
All right, right here. Had to let her decompress a little bit.
Trey McKinney, the youngest to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event, did that last year at Lake Fork with a near record-setting performance there.
I think he's got one more chance, though, to set the classic record, Tommy. There's not many people who can break that 21-year-old classic winner record that Stanley Mitchell has.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Next year, he'll turn 21, and he'll be like a month into his 21st year.
He'll be younger than Mitchell was.
I think he would be. That he'll be the last year he probably could.
I thought I saw her. I don't now.
Welcher's caught most of his fish on the Bronco bug. You see him throwing the glide bait now. He has mixed that in a little bit. We've seen him only catch one on it.
I think so.
Bottom left, Brandon Lester obviously has moved away from the bridge. Got his limit there, but this is where the area he's in now is where he's caught most of the fish that he's weighed in. So, be good things coming for Brandon Lester.
Brandon Lester, a good hand at river fishing, whether it's the St. Clair River or the Mississippi, or I should say the Tennessee River.
Honestly, it's about on par with how my day's been the last 2 days. It's really hard to get a bite here, but when you get one, it's either like a 2.5, 3, or like a 6, 7. So I'm really okay with it. You know, obviously I like to have a limit, and actually day one it was a little easier to catch a limit. But like I said, good ones live here. I'm seeing a lot of good ones. And hopefully we can catch that one 6-pounder that we've caught every day to make things somewhat interesting. I do not know, though. We will find out. Oh, that's where I want to be.
Lowering skies at his corner of the lake. Other places get a little touch of sunshine. Should be mostly cloudy.
Picking this place apart, trying to. It's easy to do when the 3 fish I pulled out of this creek have combined weight for about 16 pounds over the last 2 days. Caught 2 more over 5 in practice here, so. Just feels like we just need a couple swings of the bat and get it right back where we want to be. I've had 5 bites.
And as a former college baseball player in Mississippi, state champ, and at Ole Miss, you don't want him to have a couple swings of the bat, Davey. That would be a bad deal for the competitors.
I like Brock's plan, though. He obviously needs to try to do whatever he can do to just catch those bigger fish, not the numbers like he's done the last 2 days. So he is mixing it up.
Our first look at Jacob Foutz today, making a big run all the way to the Roanoke River. Every day, I assume that's what he has done today. And he said he was going to do it.
Today was probably the best wind, if it's coming from the north,
yeah,
for him to ride the north shore from the Pasquotank, and then once you get to the mouth around Easton and you start to go south there, you're kind of going with the waves at your back. But you know it's always different out there, Davey, but that seems like it might be the best path today.
I saw a little drone footage this morning at takeoff, and that's what some of those anglers were doing. I think they were headed in that direction.
I think if we just saw Foutz from the map in the North River.
Yeah, it looked like a
different, might have did a different plan today.
Maybe he did not make that.
Still, riding that North Shore is going to be great, Dave.
Golly, they're biting funny this morning. Where'd you go? Got him that time.
Hopefully a spawning fish there, just about the size that Kyle Welcher is
one
catching.
little squeaker in there, so. No problem.
Missed that fish and then relocated it with his active target and threw right back in there and got it to bite again.
Tyler Williams live, the self-proclaimed barefoot bandit. 50s, temperatures in the 50s do not deter him from his usual mode of operation.
One of our northest anglers
I was
in
going to
the
say,
U.S.
I
from
guess
Maine.
if you're from Maine, 50 degrees is
Balmy.
barefoot kind of weather.
Yeah.
Balmy, yes. Oh, here we go.
Oh my God. We got another one. The little ones aren't really biting this morning, but it's like only big ones. Number 2. That was a fun bite. I've been swimming it in these cypress knees, and that's how I've been catching them, but it seems like today I'm gonna have to slow down. Another 4.5 pounder. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
It's always fun to watch Tyler fishing.
Oh yeah.
That one was like running towards under the boat.
Positive attitude.
That was awesome.
2 of that size in the live well now for Tyler Williams. Only big ones, he says. That's a preferred approach this week.
It's a great problem
in North Carolina. Tyler Williams, from Belgrade, Maine. How did he find this place? How did he map out his game plan here? Well, we got with him and asked him.
The dominant cover this week, I'd like to say it's probably cypress. There's a lot of wood here, and it's one of those things where it's like you can get a stretch that's 200 yards and there's 30 fish right there, and then you go 2 miles and there's not another fish, so they have a lot of cover to hide in, and I'd say cypress is probably the best bet, but I could be wrong. So I'm just taking it easy. I'm going to fish cypress basically, so I'm in no rush. I get there when I get there.
Yes, this fish is all sunline, baby. Dude, oh my God. I'm Kyle Patrick. We're here at the Albemarle Sound in North Carolina, and I'm catching some big old largemouth on a jig with an X-Zone Adrenaline Craw, baby Adrenaline Craw, little junior action, and then a true center stick from X-Zone. We got the 1-2 punching tin of Baitingtons. Oh. Come here, you. Come here, you. Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Yeah, boy. Come here, boy. Na 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 na. Ba ba da da da. Ho, hey, ho. God, that is awesome.
Mr. Enthusiasm, Kyle Patrick. You think his parents ever had to yell in the back seat to say, just calm down a little bit till we get there?
As our friend Z-Train would say as a compliment, what a nutbag Kyle Patrick is. Such a good guy, though.
Which is a compliment. Yeah, you're right with him. That's a
Oh,
compliment.
I gotta snap that. There's a fish right there.
Started his day, a couple of good 3-pounders
Oh,
early
no.
on. Oh.
That's the small one of the bunch. Yeah, that's the one I want right there. Come here. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Buddy. Oh, that's 14 all day, but yeah. There's fish in here. Ain't nothing but a gangster party. Ain't Ooh, relax. A little Tupac. All right, okay. 2-1.
Can you imagine if he was catching the fish that Kyle Welcher is catching? What we would be watching right now?
He would explode.
Yeah.
I think.
Implode or explode.
Yeah.
Yes.
Fun to
Yes,
watch, though. It's
Kyle, fun to watch, absolutely. Bringing it each and every day he's competed out here in his second year. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Now for the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points rundown.
Whoa.
New leader, tied at the top, leaders, I should say, Jake Whitaker. How about that? And John Garrett. Jake been very super consistent. Good finishes so far this year, quietly assuming the top spot there.
Yeah, and John Garrett had a tough day one in the 60s or 70s of this tournament, slides into the cut and gains points back to be tied. Got Shakir and Will Davis Jr. Lee Levis, he's been doing great. Chris Johnston's huge surge yesterday. Tommy gets him back in the race.
Bill Lowen, our winner, down there. Shane LeHew.
9 points separating the top 4. That is incredible. You mentioned anglers like Paul Marsh yesterday gaining 40 points. That shows you right there what 9 points can mean.
Good, strong. Shane LeHew, the only North Carolinian in our top 10 today. We're going to vote with him all day long. Shane obviously liking what's happening in 2025.
So I've spent a lot of my time in this creek here. We're at the mouth, I would say, of the Pasquotank River. It's been a good starting point for me, just to try to get a few fish in the boat every morning, and then I'm kind of just fishing after that. I mean, I had a bunch of bites in there the last day of practice. A lot of them weren't big, but I knew if I wasn't going to make the run, I had to find something I had some confidence in before I just started fishing. And I haven't obviously made a run yet. I did the second day of practice. There's one place I really wanted to go to, and I caught 2 big ones, but I just didn't get a whole lot of bites, so I just didn't feel like it was worth it. And I think I've made the best out of the 2 days that I've had. And again, it's just a couple big bites each day. Yesterday, I actually started with a 5-pounder in that creek, and today that didn't happen. We've got quite a few bites today. I don't know how many fish I've caught, probably 15, but only 4 keepers, a lot of small ones so far this morning. But we are probably here about to make a move. The first day I caught my big fish actually under a dock, which I've had an issue getting bites under docks, but I figure with the water falling out, those waters actually come down quite a bit in this little area, I think in the entire Pasquotank River. And so I thought maybe with the water falling out, they'd move out on these docks a little bit. We're closer to the main river itself. Probably a good chance to catch a big one here, but hasn't happened yet. So we're just gonna fish stuff probably with a 1/2-ounce jig and 25-pound line, and try to get 2 or 3 bites the rest of the day. That's all I'm really looking for at this point. I think if I can catch, 2 4+ pounders, I'll have a good shot of staying in the top 10. If I can get 3 of those bites, I'll move up a little bit. So we've only got 1 fish I'd really be okay weighing in, to be honest. But if you catch some, like I said, if you catch a couple 5-pounders like I had yesterday, I mean, I had 2 for 11 pounds or 10 pounds. So that makes the difference on this lake or river system.
Well, Shane, we listed him as number 8 on our AOY standings right there. Actually, we do a sort of a real-time tracking with Bass Track on where you are based on where you are at this point in the tournament.
Fish catchers included, yeah.
And fish catchers included, and he's sitting at number 4 right now. So it's been a good stop for Shane LeHew. And like he says, if we can do what it takes to get in the top 10, that'll lock all that down.
Davey, I got a question. Welcher, his 5th fish, he's got 4 right now.
Every time, my habit is to press the up button, even though it ain't working.
Would hold a bigger lead than Patrick Walters when he set the record margin of victory, 29-10 back in 2020 at Fork. He's averaging just about 6 pounds of fish, and the rest of the field is around 2.5, 2 3/4 pounds. How can that be?
No, it's really unheard of, because all these anglers are very good, and he's, like always, the winning angler or the leading angler finds a special area that has a different quality of fish, but usually it's like maybe the average size is a 1/2 pound of fish better, but his average fish is just pounds more than anyone else is catching, and he's just targeting those fish. He's doing a great job. Most of these fish are on the bed, and he's catching those females, which is hard to do. It's a lot easier normally to catch those males, but he's been able to fish for these bigger fish on the bed and get them to bite. It's there's a reason why I didn't think I would see Patrick Walters' record be broken for largest margin of victory. And
I think
now,
we said that this year when we were like how hard it is to do that.
Looks like it's in jeopardy right now.
Could be. People may think, understandably, that we're not showing all the short ones, the little ones that Kyle's catching. He's not catching very many little ones at all.
Day 1, 30 pounds, caught 7 bass.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. His quality is unbelievable. We'll be right back. We're coming back to North Carolina. The road to the Indy 500 hits the streets of Long Beach for the 50th running of the Long Beach Grand Prix. The fastest racing on earth continues tomorrow at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Great to have you with us here. Semifinal Saturday. State of North Carolina. The St. Croix Bassmaster leads the Pasquotank River. Huge, vast fishery, all new to all our Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series competitors, figuring out as they go. And we love that. We like to see their resourcefulness. And the most resourceful of all, The man on top by a huge, huge margin, Kyle Welcher, a 2023 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Hitting a big lick here. Still looking for his first win with the Elite Series. I think he's setting himself up pretty well to do that. Again, we got a lot of ticks of the clock to happen between now and the end of the day on semifinal, on final Sunday, championship Sunday. But Kyle Welcher just seems all but unstoppable.
What happened with that one? Number 5. Drop the poles again.
Only one down.
That's right.
See, we do show a smaller fish. That's just the only one today. That's it.
Took his eyes off the ball for a second there, Davey Height, but still got the swing away. As we're bringing it into the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section, if we took Kyle Welcher out of this tournament, who has over 80 pounds, it would still be a great tournament. 20 plus pounds per day, it seems, for Trey McKinney and the rest of them. That's what we're going to get to. Yeah. So we got to highlight what his main weapon has been. And Davey Height, it has been the Rapala Crush City Bronco bug. I have a question for you, though, as you explain this setup. We see traditional cross style baits with the big flapping arms, and it gives it a different swimming action. This one looks different. Why has this one been so much better than other baits, other than area of selection?
Well, you know, with all soft plastic baits, there's things that make them unique, things that make them different, and a lot of what you look for in a plastic bait is the mood of the fish. Do you want something that's moving a lot of water, something that's making a lot of vibrations? Do you want something very finesse that's not moving a lot of water, or do you want something bulky? In this case, Kyle Welcher is using this Crush City Bronco bug. And you can look at it and tell it's got a lot of plastic. It's a small, compact profile, but a lot of bulk there. We've learned a lot over the years about sight fishing, and one thing for sure that we've learned is sometimes these bigger, bulky baits are the best to catch those bigger females. In tournament bass fishing now, you have to catch 5 big fish, and Kyle Welcher has certainly done that. He's using a big bait. He's using a 4-aught Gamakatsu G-Power straight shank hook. This is a real heavy-duty hook. 20-pound test line, a 1/4 ounce sinker, and he's just fishing for these bigger females. Good for him. That's not easy to do. We hear anglers so often talk about, I just want to get 5 keepers in the boat. That was not the plan for Kyle Welcher, and he has done it flawlessly. He is targeting these bigger fish, and he's catching the bigger fish.
Definitely from the main line of the body, it kind of has a hinging action that lets these crawls really flap, especially on the fall, and we've seen some of those anglers react to it.
Yeah, this bait in particular, it moves water, but not as much water as some of these other crawls, like you're saying, that cleanup crawl there. But it has that bulk there, and we've been able to watch on Kyle's graph. You see these fish just chase this bait as it comes over the stumps. Most of those fish are around some type of wood, a stump. But these fish, the action of this bait has been key. It's not moving as much water and not as much thump as some of the other baits, but still has a lot of bulk. He has definitely figured out the right bait and targeting the right size fish.
Finding the right fish in the good mood, and I know somebody else in a good mood. That's Kyle Welcher. So let's go back out and watch him as he probably is on the way to Cullen, Davey.
Crush City Bronco bug. Just throwing black and blue because the water's real tannic here, and it's like really kind of casts a shadow more in the water than they can really see the color. So Bronco bug's a unique bait with those tails. There's not any other bait on the market that has the same action as this. So this place I'm fishing typically gets a lot of pressure, so it gives me a lot of confidence that I'm throwing something they haven't seen before. And it's bulky, so it'll catch that female a lot of times before the male even gets a chance to bite it.
Good stuff through both ends of the evaluation that bait from you, You guys and Kyle.
Yep.
So that's we got doubled up for you.
Yeah, I can't overemphasize. I mean, and if you bass fish very much while these fish are spawning, the male usually bites first, and oftentimes you won't catch that female. He's been able to catch the female more often, and that is very unusual.
Get out to Drew Benton now, Drew.
About 60 miles, 70 miles away from him.
Gosh. Dealing with a little more wind than our close to home anglers today, that is for sure. He's mentioned that as being something he's got to solve today.
Well, I don't know if he's 14 or not. He's a little on the fat side, but looks short. I think he's 14 though. Oh yeah. Tiny, but 14. We're working on us a bag now. A sandwich bag of them. New 1.4 on that one.
Well, update is, well, we've made it to, every morning I've been starting right there by the boat ramp. First morning I caught 3 keepers there. Second morning I caught 1 keeper there. This morning we caught 5 keepers there. So it was good to us this morning. But I've been doing a lot of my damage in this creek right here also. Yesterday, this is where I caught biggest majority of my weight. Water's down in here about a foot today. You can see right up there on the cypress trees. That north wind's blowing the water out into the sound, into the actual Albemarle Sound today. But I've been catching a lot of my fish off of these docks in here. So as the day goes on, they seem to get on those docks a little bit better. Right now, I'm just swim jigging in between these docks and just trying to, if I can find another way to catch these fish in here, it'll be really, really good. I've tried frogging. I can't really get them to eat the frog in here. But yeah, if we can ever figure out another way to generate bites in this creek, I mean, there's some dang big ones in here. So just kind of fishing and letting the day come to us.
Kiyoya Fujita also in that creek. So we can start to see that the creek has paid off earlier today with his big jump while Lester was somewhere else.
Brandon Lester off to a good start today. But has done some moving around. He's got a lot of places to visit. That's super consistent throughout the first 2 days, right around 18 pounds a day, just 17 and a half, 18 pounds.
We've seen certainly a number of these anglers being consistent, but the one thing that we've seen a lot of variety in the baits they're throwing. A lot of variety,
yeah.
from frogs to jigs to vibrating jigs to Nico worm, shaky head. I mean, a lot of different baits being used.
I want you to check out, if you have not yet, Bassmaster, this initiative from B.A.S.S. making space for women to get more involved in the sport. It involves a series of workshops across the country. We have got one coming up in a week's time, I think a week from today, Lake Hartwell in South Carolina. So click the QR code and visit Bassmaster at bassmaster.com. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River is sponsored by Mercury, by PowerPole, and by Progressive Insurance. Great to have you with us here this morning. Bassmaster Live, you can see the conditions there. Wind has been a big part of the story, just as it was at the Classic 3 weeks ago. The wind blowing from a different direction pretty much every day. These anglers having to figure it out, work it into their travel plans, how they can most safely get from point A to point B, and point B may be a long ways away from the takeoff. But these guys have taken it on and gotten through it. They've broken a lot of stuff, but they've gotten through it.
That is unbelievable that 9th and 10th place have 39 pounds right now for 2.5 days of fishing, and Kyle Welcher has 81. He had 30 pounds on day one. That's just, it doesn't look right. I'm like, we normally don't trust Bass Track to the fullest extent, but I look and it's correct on the website. It's correct there. They're just, he is pacing the field by double.
He's lapping, yeah. Easton Fothergill.
Yeah, we started in a different river. I was hoping to just, get a solid limit to 12 to 16 pound range. That didn't happen, so we're back where we caught him the first 2 days. I just saw a great big one. I lost her. Oh, there she is. That's interesting where I saw this one. It's in the very mouth of this pocket. This is one of my best pockets. I've been catching them in the back, but I saw this one a little bit deeper, way out in the mouth, so maybe this one just clued us in on something. We'll find out, but I'd really like to catch this one right here.
Easton had a hot start here, really good first day, over 23 pounds. We thought it was going to be the lead.
Yes.
It turned out not to be. Kyle Welcher came in sort of under the radar.
Slow, very slow. It's hard to say if it's better or worse than it was the past couple days, because like I said, it hasn't been easy for me any of the days. It's a lot of soft bottom, so the cold affects it. It's shallow, but it's been kind of cold every morning, and some of them seem to really care that it's cold, and some of them don't. Like, it's first cast, you catch one. So I think part of that too is that there's fish in a bunch of different stages here. There's pre-spawn, post-spawn, and there's fish spawning. So I think it just depends in like the little section you're in, what fish are where. Like there are some pre-spawn on trees, some post-spawn on trees. But I don't know, it's, I'm just hoping for 2 big bites and we'll have a decent bag. I mean, we've got 8.5 for 3. So if I catch 2 5s, we're in business. That's all it takes. So I'm gonna keep on keeping on.
Good strategy.
Yeah.
Keep on keeping on, looking for those 5 pound plus fish.
We know they're there. They live there. Finding a place where you can catch them exclusively, though, is a rare and wonderful thing, and that being practiced for 3 days solid here by Kyle Welcher. So he's got to slow down a little today because of the conditions.
I'm just scared. Every time we go to Kyle, I'm just scared.
I don't know for sure if there's even a fish up there.
This is
Who knows?
One of the places that Kyle marked yesterday to come back to and fish for today. I think I heard him say, I'm not sure the fish is even there. So he's moving on.
And with the wind switch up, Tommy, that's a mental note that if the wind's different tomorrow or this afternoon, you go in there and it's not blowing you towards the fish. It's not making them want to position maybe the other side of the stump, He could be a one cast fish tomorrow.
Kyle Welcher started day one with a stunning 30 pounds and 11 ounces. That kind of shocked everyone here. They were expecting big fish, but not at that level. And then day two, unbelievably, they said, no way he's going to top 30 again.
And Kyle Welcher even said, I might not be able to catch a limit tomorrow. I had a bad practice. I had a phenomenal day today. I've got one big fish mark that I hope I can get to bite. He went to it on day 2 and caught it quickly, but then he just started finding another 5 to 7 pound bass and had another phenomenal day, over 30 pounds 2 days in a row. It's so hard to do anywhere in the country, any time of the year against this caliber of competition. Absolutely incredible what we've seen Kyle Welcher do.
After knocking out his 30 pounds on day 2, he just went hunting for them and find some more places, and didn't really pull on very many of them, but he's pulling on them today. He's doing it again.
He is pulling on them today. You say, well, if he catches them all today, for the first time I can ever remember in a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, he could basically put this thing away by the end of today.
It's just
about quality fisheries this month in time. One of our tournament partners, Juan Bass from the West Coast, had a 3-day tournament at Clear Lake. Took 102 pounds to win that. Ended yesterday, 35, 30 something.
3 days,
100. 3 days. Welcher, opposite coast, about as far away as you can get from there. Two days of 30 plus as well, and he's well on his way with the ones he's got today that he could catch another 30-pound bag. You could see coast to coast. This is if you weren't fishing these last 3 or 4 days, Davey, like we aren't, you missed out on a bite window, no doubt.
Oh, believe you me, I've been thinking about that.
Yes. Santee Cooper's
while I
calling your
sit in
name.
my hotel.
Yeah.
Hey, this is fun to watch, though. It's absolutely fun to watch.
Kyle Welcher came so close in the Bassmaster Classic of 2022.
He's been
Lake
waiting to raise that blue trophy over his head.
Yeah.
And we've still got a lot of fishing ahead of us, but if he does it, and it's anything like it looks like it's going to be, my gosh, he's going to get everyone's attention when he does finally raise that trophy over his head with the beat down that he is applying.
Something to watch. People will be analyzing that for a long time to come. Well, sad news today. It's always sad when we lose a member of the bass fishing family, and we lost a great one yesterday. Pam Martin Wells passed away in her home in Georgia, and just a terrific angler. First of all, she just had 32 individual national titles, fishing all kinds of circuits, women and co-ed circuits alike. She was 10 times an angler of the year. Just a great set of skills and a great person also.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've known of Pam Martin Wells since the mid-90s, I guess, and it's absolutely incredible what I've always heard. You don't know someone or know of someone for that long and never hear one bad thing about her.
Right.
She's been an ambassador for our sport as a whole, teaching young anglers, young boys and girls, but certainly a mentor for all the female anglers that aspire to fish these tournaments. I mean, I can't say enough good things about someone. To leave a legacy behind like she has and is going to is phenomenal. Kind of what we all maybe hope, dream of, you know, as later in life that maybe you could leave that behind you. Nothing but good things, nothing but positive about the sport of bass fishing.
Trailblazer and a teacher running.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be hundreds of people at the end of their career that have highlight tapes of what they did while they were fishing in this sport. But really your mark on your legacy in fishing isn't what the sport did for you, it's what you did for the sport. And for lady anglers alike, for college fishermen, she is the head coach of Emmanuel University. I know all those boys who are risen up as one of the powerhouses of college fishing now learned a lot from her and are definitely having a tough time right now, losing an icon, losing someone that's so recognizable. Pam Martin Wells, absolutely phenomenal lady angler, but fisherman in general.
Yeah, great person as well.
And she loved to fish, but she loved to teach others about fishing. That's special.
You associate her with the Jack Wingate's Lunker Lodge there in Lake Seminole. Guided so many people, taught them how to fish, and be missed so much. We will definitely miss Pam Martin Wells, who again, we'll just repeat, she passed away yesterday, and a trailblazer in the world of women's fishing, in the world of fishing. And if you're a fan of bass fishing, you had a great champion in this unassuming, super nice person.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The excellence of Easton Fothergill.
To following my classic win, we're at the next Elite Series event, Pasquotank River. This place is vast. I mean, it's huge. Honestly, it's the most intimidated I've ever been in my fishing career. I mean, it's just so much water to cover in 3 days. Hopefully we can ride that momentum the rest of the season here. But already being in the Knoxville Classic next year, it's kind of allowing me to take some risks. I really want a blue trophy now, so I'm doing something, that I normally wouldn't do probably. I'm doing, if I was going for points, in the points game, I probably wouldn't do some things I'm going to do the rest of the season. So we're kind of really chasing a blue trophy from here on out.
Tender age of 22, he has enjoyed the heights of achievement in the world of bass fishing. Young Easton Fothergill, originally from Grand Rapids, Minnesota, now making his home in Montevallo, Alabama, where he went to college. Had such a great college career that led him to his first classic last year.
Truly fished every rank of bass, high school angler, college angler, representing on the Opens last year to make the Elites and the Classic again.
Successful at every level.
Mm-hmm. Angler of the Year in the Opens.
He had a photo of him in high school with Kevin Van Dam smiling with him when he was just a little pup. Then he posted a photo of Kevin Van Dam smiling with him in his Classic trophy where he broke Kevin Van Dam's record. It's kind of crazy in a 10-year span.
It's interesting looking at Easton's graph. When we were with him on day 1 and day 2, he was on what they call perspective mode.
Right, the
using
different
his unit, scanning a wider area. And today he's not doing that.
Tyler Williams hooked up again. Number 3 will be.
Oh, he said the big ones were biting today, not the little ones.
Shouldn't have boat flipped that. Definitely shouldn't have boat flipped that, but I did it anyways. But that's another big one. We were just talking about fishing in Maine, and I'm like, I think that was a bite. It was a bite. It was a big bite. Five-pounder.
Looks bigger than that.
That's the deal.
Nice. One more of these and I will see you guys tomorrow on live.
He's right about it. He's got a couple of 4+ to go with that one. He's
sweet. Let's go.
Sweet pathway today.
Look at the front deck of his boat. There's one spare rod up there. And he's probably just got a different color jig tied on it.
Maybe a different head size. Yeah.
He makes it so simple.
Yeah.
Just tie on a rubber jig with a flapping hog and go find where the big ones live.
A lot of different ways to get the job done. You look at Easton Fothergill's deck and you'll see about 10 times as many rods, or maybe 20 times as many rods. So there. Back to Shane LeHew, working his way, as he said, out of this creek. We've reached the bridge now.
Might be looking at one on the bed.
Dude, look at this. Somebody has broke this bass off and it's hung up in the tree. You gotta get this on live. Somebody has broke this 3-pounder off. It ain't mine, so I can't claim this, but it's not a 3-pounder, it's a keeper though. grab the scissors. Oh no, that's not good. Hit a button. Just trying to save you, little buddy. Maybe my good deed for the day. That's my limit. Wait, I can't keep him. I was wondering what was going on. I was over there. I was like, dang. I mean, somebody let him have it.
Shane LeHew going the extra mile here today, sort of protecting the resource here.
Absolutely, doing his good deed for the day. We had an angler jokingly say, fish fry tonight, when he caught a fish earlier. We all knew that he was just joking. They release these fish, but Shane LeHew was saving this fish that was line broken off in those limbs, and just got the bait out of it and going to release it.
Good fortune for that swimmer, and he'll be back some other day. Shane might even catch him someday.
Absolutely. Come back here next year. And
you did me a favor, buddy.
I owe you one.
I don't know. Knowing what we know now about this tournament, Shane might not cast at that fish next year unless he grows up to be a 6-pounder.
They're
like
on it
real
again,
quick.
dude. Giant. Again. This is where I caught the 7.
I wonder how that could happen. I bet it was someone fishing from the bridge that couldn't get to that fish.
Yeah. I didn't think of that. That is probably.
They're still talking about it. Oh, look a big one. Oh, gosh.
Giant. Should have seen it.
Oh, no, that was a giant. Giant. He didn't get it good. I think he'll bite again. He barely got hooked. Big one. Oh, no, no, no. Come here. Yes. Yes, absolutely. That's crazy, dude. Oh, God. That's just fun. That could be, that's a little chunk. Ooh. 3, 13. We got 12-4 for 4. One more good one.
Mr. Enthusiasm, you cannot keep him down for a minute here. Kyle Patrick. He told us the game plan, catch all the good ones.
He's following up on it. It's so amazing to me, and I maybe did this a little in my career. You go from begging and pleading and being a little child to all of a sudden being king of the mountain when you get that fish in the boat. Had it under control all the time.
Kyle Welcher still the gigantic lead as we get closer and closer to the midday point. Semifinal Saturday here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River. Trey McKinney, Brandon Lester, Tyler Williams, and Seth Fider has moved up into the top 10, rounding out our top 5. Bassmaster Live coverage continues. Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series third stop of the year, the St. Croix Elite. We're on the Pasquotank River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. And our live coverage brought to you by Rapala. We have seen a lot on this maiden voyage for the elites into the state of North Carolina, and certainly to this exceptional, huge, vast, complicated fishery here. But someone has cracked the code to such a degree that it's awe-inspiring. Kyle Welcher has just absolutely been on fire every moment of this tournament. He enjoys a huge lead right now, 25 pounds ahead of his nearest pursuer. What, 40 pounds ahead of 10th place? That's
unbelievable.
We've just not seen that.
Yeah, if you're just joining us and don't normally watch Bassmaster Live, we do not see what we have been seeing here this week ever in the history of our sport.
2 big ones.
Get out to Easton Fothergill.
And a couple other smaller ones, but overall not too impressed yet. Oh, here's one right here.
Easton has some work to do if he wants to make it back into the top 10. Fish tomorrow. This might help.
They're deeper. They were too shallow yesterday. Four-pounder. I've seen 3 of them just go deeper. 3 big ones. What's that? 4-pounder.
Solid 4-pounder. Drop shot. We're like the same red bug finesse worm that he won the Classic.
Yeah. Gonna put him just over 5 pounds for the 2 he has in the live well. He's got a long way to go to get to a limit here.
He made it look so easy on day one. Thought that he would have 23 pounds every day, but unlike what Kyle Welcher has been able to do, this just normally doesn't work out that way to continue to catch those 20-plus pound stringers of fish. You run into hurdles throughout the way normally, but it's not been that way for Kyle Welcher this week.
And it goes to show you how, even in practice, when guys have a good 3-hour stretch of practice, how it leads you astray at times and you feel so confident, and then you're like, well, I had one good day of practice. For Easton, he went 3 hours without much of nothing, and then the next 3 hours couldn't do any wrong, and then since then it's been a grind. And so it's like, thankful for those 3 hours, but they kind of led to my demise because I kind of thought I had it figured out.
This place is just so different in so many ways. It's just all the old tricks that most of the seasoned anglers know just don't seem to work around here. You gotta invent something.
And people that fish a lot of different places throughout the country understand what I'm saying. Everything looks so good, everything looks so fishy that you need to cover water because it's so vast, but everywhere you look, you think, man, I need a cast right there. There could be one right there. All part of Kyle's strategy, not to get caught up in casting everywhere or even casting where there are small bass. He's casting just at the big ones.
Starting to see some wind influence in some of the creeks. Normally we hear the wind influence this week out on the Albemarle Sound navigation-wise, but this is affecting some of the positioning on cypress trees and other things. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen and Knowledge. Going to take a deep dive, and we've been talking about this all week, the weather and how it impacts it, the wind direction that we're dealing at the Albemarle Sound. So red isn't necessarily a good thing. That doesn't mean we have a ton of wind. We have bodies of water where you have 15 to 20 mile an hour wind, and it won't show up red because it's not that big of a place. The direction it's coming from doesn't really hit it that hard. We have seen 5 mile an hour winds this week with red readouts, which is strong intensity on that bank. The last couple days, we started the tournament with a dead east wind that blew all the way from the Atlantic Ocean through to the Chowan River and the Roanoke River, and a lot of places seem like the water dropped out, even though it should be pushing water in. Yesterday, we ended up having a southeast and a south wind for most of the day until weigh-in, and then it came from the west a little bit as it circled around. But that south wind should, in theory, have put more water in the Perquimans River, in Yopium, in the Little River, and even the Pasquotank River. It should have put more water in there and taken water out of places like the Alligator River. Today, though, we have a wind switch up from the north. It made the travel for some of these anglers on this north shore as they make their way to the Chowan River to the west or all these other creeks. It made the travel a lot easier, but we're now seeing these areas that we're seeing a lot of anglers fish, the cypress trees in the north portions of these creeks that are getting wind at their back. It's making these fish position a little differently, and their approach casting-wise is a little different. So not huge wind today on the Deep Dive app. It will get up throughout the day as we see it started at 9 miles an hour from the north, and it's going to get up to around 13 or 14 with gusts at 20 by the time weigh-in happens. So wind directions different. Let's get a preview, Tommy. We'll go over to Sunday. We're going to get a little bit more west, which means we will have 4 days and 4 different weather directions for the Albemarle Sound and the Pasquotank River. So it's good to know that with like an app like the Deep Dive app to prepare your week. But when you're not sure if it's going to bring water in or suck water out, Davey, I don't know if it's even good looking at it. You get hopeful and you get confused.
It's a good learning experience for these guys. They get to experience each point of the compass for when they come back again.
Now I will give our field goal kicker in college over at East Carolina a little more credit, because if the wind looked like it was blowing from the left, maybe it was actually blowing from the right. I don't know.
Did he have to deal with the water levels?
Well, there's a couple who would get drowned if they came back. Don't you worry.
One thing we haven't touched on today, why the wind is so important. We're hard against the Outer Banks there.
Oh, yeah.
And you'd think, hey, this is the most tidal we'll ever get. Easton Fothergill hooked up. We'll get to that in a minute.
Big one.
Come on.
Wow, has his day changed in the last 10 minutes?
Man, real quick.
Right. I guarantee our boat was sitting on top of Finesse here, but we were looking too shallow. 5.5. We got that. Something happened.
5.5. 5.5 pounder.
Puts him back in 7th place where he started the day.
I know. It's automatic when you find them. Yeah.
Well, watch out for Easton Fothergill. When he gets a clue, he generally starts to put them in the boat bigger and bigger. We have seen this before. Slow start to the day for him, but he's put in about 9 pounds here in the last 10 minutes, I guess you might say. Baby hikes.
Strike King Redbug Finesse Worm. We saw it in action a few weeks ago.
Oh, at the Classic, one up at LeHew Fall in Oklahoma on the Opens the year before. That same setup. He likes it. He's got his confidence in it and his confidence in the day starting to build. talk about the different fantasy options available to you now. 3 games to choose from now with Bassmaster Fantasy. TH Marine, the Pick'em Challenge, a series of matchups, themed matchups running, and you get to decide the winner of each matchup. Very simple. It's yes or no.
Yes, you one choice or another. We talked about Shane LeHew. He beat Matt Airy out in other ones. Got guys like John Cox that are shoe-ins. They got beat by John Garrett this week, so not as easy as it looks.
Hit the QR code. Get on it right now. Going strong, still in our first part of the day. You know, tomorrow it's door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper action at the last great Coliseum, the NASCAR Cup Series. Going short track racing there in Bristol. The pre-race kicks off at 1:30 Eastern with the green flag flying at 3. That's tomorrow on FS1.
I saw an April Fool's post where they flooded Bristol Motor Speedway in the middle and made a lake and were hosting a tournament. They were joking about it, but wouldn't that be something serious? I mean, we just take the top 10 in AOY, we just do a little bash in Bristol, you know? Yeah. We could call it that. Look at that. We're just figuring it out.
Okay, we got our next horizon, the next.
Eric Lopez, make it happen.
Yes, yes. We can do that. We could do that. Absolutely. Let's get back to the action. Looks like we're headed for Kyle Welcher, judging from the on-hand audience there and the look of this area. This color water is what's been doing it for him for sure.
To go along with all his good moves this week, he chose to stay close to takeoff. Probably hasn't burned a half a tank of fuel all week.
Got the Lowrance bird's eye view. People are going to be studying this performance for years to come, and I think they'll just, if someone ever figures out how he only catches big ones, I'd love to see the result.
Yeah, you know, I was actually coming into this tournament planning on making like a 45 or 50 mile run. And then I decided I was going to give myself, this is what I said, I'm going to give myself an opportunity to get lucky close. So I came and fished close for like the first hour and a half, and I caught 2 big ones. So it made me stay close, and sure I'm glad we did now, because this is a whole lot better. This is this rough right here on the trolling motor. It'd be really rough out there in the sound, so I'm glad we stayed close. It definitely has worked out so far. It is pretty nice. I hadn't put gas in my boat any day so far. Still got 40 gallons.
That's very unusual, by the way. Very unusual. There's guys that used a full tank and more the first day of the event, let alone 3 days.
Some that used a full tank and more and ran out and needed to get pulled back in.
A full tank and needed more, but didn't have more.
And for those tuning in, I mean, these are 20, 21-foot boats out in a place where ships would consider it rough at times. And they're going, and there's time on the line that it's not like they got, Davey, I can take 3 hours to get there. You know, like every moment matters. And we've seen some guys taking it easy and still spearing some waves to levels we haven't seen other places.
Who was it had his contacts washed out? Said it ruined my whole day. I can't remember who the angler was.
Wesley Gore, I believe.
Yeah, it was Wesley Gore. Yeah.
Out of his eyes?
Out of his eyes. Yeah. How about that?
The sound giveth and taketh your contact lenses, I guess.
Yeah, that's not.
Hey, Keith Combs made a move. He had a 8-2, our big bass on day 1. He just caught a 6-pounder, moved into our top 10 from 15th. He's only got 3 fish so far today, though. I think he stayed close to the launch as well today. Several others who made runs previous days are in that vicinity.
We haven't seen anyone fishing close to Kyle yet this week, though.
We've not seen anybody fishing really close to anyone else.
Yeah.
A lot of people were saying, with this weather, it's going to fish small. That really hasn't come to pass.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Where our cameras are spread out.
Everyone's giving everyone plenty of room. Back out to Trey McKinney. Good start for him today. Got a decent limit in the boat right now and lots of time to fish.
So I kind of backed off a little bit. Plus, I think how it works with Tidal Fisheries We got this big wind blowing all the water out, so it's kind of slowly dropping as it goes on. So as you guys can see, we got the type of trees that I was fishing, but now I'm fishing this type of stuff out here a little deeper. Got a little bit more depth on it, and these last trees out here, kind of like a lay down, something that they can sit their back under, is what they're really, really liking. But really, where we caught all our weight this morning was a place that I had never been. There's up the river, there's the last pocket. And I looked at it on Google Maps last night, and I was like, you know what? That looks last pocket. There's gotta be some fish in there. So we went in there and, oh, had something. Went in there and caught 3 good ones, 4 good ones, 3 or 4 good ones. So I think we got about 18, 19. And I still got a two something. So if I catch one more 5 or 6 or 7 or, you know, like a 9 or 10, we could call up huge. Be low 20s, mid 20s.
Like Shane LeHew. More of a main river looking environment there.
Yeah, he seems to be fishing farther back in these creeks and rivers than the other anglers are.
That portion of the North River we've seen.
Big one.
Big.
Yeah, bud. Berkeley jig down the hatch.
You know it had to happen after he rescued that bass earlier.
That's right. That's karma.
I guess. Guys are good luck.
We said the sound gives and takes away. Well, the Pasquotank River gives bigger bass
that
than
should be a
you took away.
5 something, and it's probably a 4.5. But I'll take it.
Think that fish went and told his friends, Davey, there's a nice guy.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Help this dude out if you can.
Back in top 10 for LeHew.
Had a brief look at Jacob Foutz earlier today. The service a little sketchy where he is. I think we've got a good lock on him right now. For now.
I'm throwing a swim bait a lot. Looks like he's throwing a spinnerbait right now.
It's been slow, a little slower than usual than it's been the first 2 days. I've caught most of my fish late, first 2 days of the tournament, like from say about 11:30, 11:45 on. So I'm not really getting a lot of prime fishing time because I've got to be out of here today probably no later than 1:30 just to give myself enough time to get back. So really just kind of biding our time, trying to catch a few here before 11:30 and just trying to mix it up. Just seems a little slower than it has been. The water's definitely dropped over here for whatever reason. The wind's been blowing in here, so I don't know why the water would have dropped, but it's where I have been catching it. There's keeper. I believe that's a keeper. That sucker was up there in no water. That's a keeper. I don't even gotta measure him. So yeah, just kind of been running new water now. There was a lot of local pressure where I have been catching most of my fish, so figured I'd give it a little time, and then I might go back in there if I don't catch any
here where I moved to, but this new water looks pretty similar to what I've been catching them on. It looks awful fishy in here, so that's a good sign for sure. Got to bite pretty quick, so we'll see. Gonna need some real big ones though if we want to make any ground up whatsoever.
Checking Foutz now with 2. 3 left to eliminate.
Oh, that's
back
one.
to our leader, Kyle Jesse.
Just saw it's
Kyle Welcher.
Oh, excuse me, Kyle. What's Kyle Jesse?
Don't give Kyle. Kyle Jesse's good, but he's
yeah,
not
that's
good.
right.
so his bait dropped down.
Oh my God, dude. What is happening right now? Dude, that sucker is just a biggin'.
As I say, we got Kyle Jesse coming up later, but Kyle Welcher, of course, the man of the hour. And just how has he gotten it done? What did he do to catch 60 pounds over the first 2 days? Well, I don't know if even he knows.
Yeah, you know, it's been an absolute blast this week. I haven't caught fish like this since we went to Fork last year. So, I mean, it's just anywhere in the country, if you can go catch multiple 7-pounders in a day, it's an absolute blast. And I had 3 of them yesterday, and I had 2 over 7 today, so it's just unbelievable that this place has that many big ones. And it's also kind of unbelievable that I found an area that they're actually using like that. So super, super blessed day, super fortunate. Man, it's been unbelievable. Yeah, it's literally the stars have to align to even be in the top 5 of a tournament. And to be leading it, the stars have to just, everything has to just go perfectly. And that's what's happened the past 2 days. It's been completely unbelievable, and there's still half the tournament left, so we still got a lot to do, but it's been really fun so far.
Back-to-back 30-pound limits, giving them 60 pounds and 14 ounces.
The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, the Pasquotank River. Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Big time props to our fantastic host city, great destination. Good time to visit this time of year. Looks like a little more today, more like a blustery March day than it does an April day with the sunshine and the birds chirping, but they're catching them today as well. Fascinating place, beautiful, vast. Oh, wait a minute.
See the boats. BFA Big Fish Alert. Cody Meyer from 29th. He caught a 5-pounder. He's up to 15.5 pounds. He's in our top 10 now. Koya Fujita made that move earlier. The fighter was 11th and in our top 10. Let's see who can make it till tomorrow.
Might be able to land there in the top 10. That's the whole point of the day today. You've got to be in that top 10 if you want to fish on Championship Sunday. Let's get out to Eastern Fothergill.
Trio of potential top 10ers right there for sure.
Easton having worked his way back in after having fallen out of the top 10 early this morning.
There you see the fish at about 30 feet. He reeled in his drop shot. About to make another cast. Yep, fell right in front of the fish, and the fish is following it down at about 18 feet away from his boat. Good things usually happen. Yep.
One's for Mom. My mom's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. What?
Definitely put the right ones in the boat here in the last 30 minutes or so.
4 or 5, and then this one probably in the 3 to 4 range.
Yep. Same exact time of day on day 1 when he started to go on his flurry. This mid-morning, 9:40 to noon.
Good bite window. Keith Combs just knocked Cody Meyer out of the top 10 with his 4th fish. 3-pounder.
We're gonna make it happen.
this would be for Keith Combs. His first top 10 since the last event of 2022. So he's gone 2 full seasons without a top
River?
10. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's uncharacteristic from what we've expected Combs for his whole career.
Yes, yes.
And he normally doesn't just make a top 10 and get 9th, 10th. They're normally 6th to seconds in there.
Is he still the tournament leader for Big Bass, Such? Keith Combs?
Hackney caught an 8-4 yesterday.
Yeah, beat him out by 2 points.
2 ounces, yep.
But yet another day. That's now 10 out of 13 days this Elites and Classic year where we've had an 8-pounder or bigger for Big Bass.
Must be the cold weather, it's sliding them out. The water also dropped since yesterday, so. But I was definitely too shallow all day yesterday. Just went right over top of them. Looking, I mean, but I figured out it's easy to stay, but should have known better because, you know, I knew they weren't on the bank. Most of them, at least.
Easton saying he was, even though he was fishing off the bank some yesterday, too shallow. Those fish have moved out a little farther than he thought they would. A lot of anglers, including him, had good practices up right on the shoreline, a foot deep or so, and a lot of them spent too much time there in that super shallow water during the event.
That's why he said, I know where they're at now. I figured it out on day 1. But then you think those fish off the bank are safe, but if it drops a little more, they actually probably feel uncomfortable, so they move even farther out.
Yep.
If he dials that back in, he could have a good ending to, you know, good weekend here for to wrap it up.
Gosh, dang it. First one I've lost all week. It wasn't a giant, but I mean, it was a 3-pounder. I don't know how I lost her. I did everything right on that one.
That fish was
That's doing good.
skiing across the surface of the water.
That's the only one you've lost. You've done pretty well. Let's take a look at what we have seen so far this week, and especially today on our Yamaha Midday Report. We started out with a Brandon Lester doing very well getting his day started.
Yeah, for a change, we had someone other than Kyle Welcher catching giant bass right out of the gate this morning. Brandon Lester starting out, obviously around this bridge, but it's not just the bridge itself that he was fishing.
Yeah, dude.
Hard bottom, a shell bed that he's been able to catch 1 or 2 fish on the previous 2 days, but this morning, stayed there a little longer, switched it up between a jig and a shaky head worm. Drop shot a little too, I think. Was able to catch his 5-fish limit before he ever moved to his location, the creek that he's caught most of his weight this week. So a great start for Brandon Lester this morning.
I think that starting area, he said, produced 1, 3, and 5 fish over these first 3 days. So that's good that it's going up in that general area.
Flying. We got camera boats.
He has improved day 2 over day 1. And
awesome.
Looking on track to improve day 3 over day number 2. So on the right arc for performance is Brandon Lester, Tennessee. Let's go to Trey McKinney.
Seems like we have a camera with Trey McKinney every single day, but he earns it.
Yes,
You're in the top
no
6 on day 1 and 2, you get a camera. If you're in the top 10 on 3 and 4, you get a camera, and that's why we have a camera so often with Trey McKinney. He catches them so consistently. He did the same thing the Bassmaster Classic just a few weeks ago. After day 1 of the Bassmaster Classic, it looked like this young 19-year-old is about to win a Bassmaster Classic at such a young age, but things didn't work out for him so good on the second day. Same thing here this week. Day 2, a little slow for him, but man, today he got off to a great start. Best start yet this week. A lot better than yesterday, obviously. Got about 18 and 19 pounds unofficially in second place, 56 pounds, 6 ounces. And he's got a small one to cull other than that one right there. One more cull like that, he's mid-20s.
I don't know if he changed or the fish changed today, but he's doing a lot better as far as his productivity per fish encounter. Kyle Welcher. And everything else I was going to add to what Sue, he's also our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader for today, too. Added to everything else. It's just all fallen into place for the man from Alabama.
Yeah, when you speak of fish encounters, now he has encountered nothing but big fish this week. The first day, it's so hard to believe if you're just tuning in. You think he caught over 30 pounds day one and day two. He only caught 7 bass on day one. We had anglers come in and talk to Dave Mercer at weigh-in saying they had caught 30 bass and they had 10 or 11 pounds. Kyle Welcher definitely targeting these larger females on the bed. He's been able to put a bait in front of them that catch the females, not the males so much. Very few males that we've seen him catch all week long. Usually when he sets the hook, it's been a 4 to 7 pounder. 5 7-pounders in first 2 days of competition is very, very unusual anywhere in the country.
Let's go.
And you're going to be leading when you catch multiple 7-pounders. And it's a big lead. Unofficially 81 pounds, 10 ounces. Never witnessed anything like this on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Start to see a guy go through some ebbs and flows, and he wins AOY one year, misses the Classic the next year, but his rookie year was so good. You see all of the recipes, and when you see, I'm not surprised he would have a blowout victory. And that hasn't happened yet, but this kind of caught us off guard a little bit.
You want to follow this one to the end. I mean, the record for the biggest margin of victory is 29 pounds and change.
29.10.
29.10. And, Kyle stands right now with a day and a half left of fishing with a 25-pound lead.
See this stump, the fish at 20 feet. Oh, goodness.
Oh my God, dude.
He lost that fish a few minutes ago.
That was a freaking giant, dude. I knew she was gonna bite too. Yeah.
Don't know what you do any differently here. Kyle Welcher setting the hook, just holding his own with this big fish. And we've seen him catch multiple 7-pounders. That fish certainly looked bigger than that.
That is a rarity right there. This week for Kyle Welcher, he's just performed everything. Execution, choices, bets, gambles he made or didn't make. It's all worked out for him. Kyle Welcher with the huge lead that we mentioned here. Trey McKinney having a better day than he did yesterday. Tyler Williams moving into our top 10 yesterday and moving all the way up into 3rd place. Lester and all the rest and more fishing on the way. Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound, St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. 3rd stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. We are reaching the halfway point of our 8 hours of fishing on this day. I want you to take a look at the Falcon Rods Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge, one of the 3 fantasy games of Bassmaster. This one may be the most challenging of all. You can pick for each tournament, but every pick you make affects the whole schedule for the whole season. Explain, Ronnie Moore.
Absolutely, one and done. We got 8 slots, 10 tournaments with 9 elites and 1 classic. So you could use 80 anglers this year, Tommy. And when you pick them, you hope it's on their upwards finishes. You know, you want to pick them when they get in the top 10 because you can only choose them once. For instance, I picked Brandon Palaniuk this week. Did a decent day 1, had 1 fish on day 2, dropped out, and now I feel bad because he's such a good angler. You can't have him finish 70th for you.
Wasted it.
Absolutely.
It's fun, though.
But I didn't pick him in Florida because he's terrible there, and he only won by 15 pounds at Okeechobee. So
you're on him.
Day late. Meanwhile, Kyle Welcher has hooked this fish twice and lost it. He says it's a giant. Here we go. Okay. I bet that's the male.
Yeah, it's the other one.
Ain't they freaking cool?
Gonna help? Be able to upgrade with that one.
Well, I threw to the other side of the stump. That's where the male's been on the other side of the stump. I better retie. Enough stuff's happened today. I guess I hit that stump. Now, when it bit for a second, I was hoping, you know, but I did think it was him.
We have very similar weights to when Patrick Walters set the largest margin of victory, 29 pounds, 10 ounces, 2020 on Lake Fork. Walters had 82.2. Ed Lawford was second, 25 pounds back with 57.2. Right now we're looking, Welcher has a 25-pound, 4-ounce lead. We got a lot of fishing left today.
Get back to Easton Fothergill, reigning world champion. Had a slow start to today, a slow yesterday, but about an hour ago he started turning things around.
Fishing just a little deeper, you notice he's about 7 and 8 feet deep. Not fishing that deep the last 2 days. Fish was on the backside of the stump and then moved over, got him.
I'll take it out a second. I will take her. That's high.
Fifth keeper.
Yeah.
All these anglers are good at adjusting and making good decisions on the water, but man, when we've heard Easton say, I've got it something figured out now, he has followed it up with multiple fish catches.
Really does.
Whether at the Classic or first day of the event here, about an hour ago, when he says that, look out.
That's a special talent when you figure out what you did right. Right.
And go duplicate it.
And can duplicate it. Right.
What's that? What was that? 4.29.
I think it's a meshing, this next generation of younger anglers that we're seeing. They're not only skilled with their technology, Davey.
I got them figured out now.
But they've been able to fish
tiny one in there too.
High school tournaments and other things without it. Like they started fishing without it and learned from their families of that instincts of
red bud
developing a pattern, and now they can connect dots between the pattern and technology so much quicker and at least have confidence, booming with confidence about it.
Big ones are still biting. Mark Frazier with a 612 coming across Bass Track.
We got a Keith Combs, Kyoya Fujita, and a Seth Fighter who started today outside the top 10. Who have moved up into that number. And of course, today is all about being there when it's all said and done. Weigh-in is not till 3 p.m. Eastern Time, but that's when the final top 10 and roster for tomorrow's championship round will be finalized. Just a remarkable place. Look at that shot. Beautiful. Heavy skies, a little bit of blue patch coming through there. And these guys are forging on into the afternoon round with Kyle Welcher in a very, very good position. You cannot be much better off than that.
At this point in the event, all of those weights are good. I mean, normally that 56 pounds, 54, you know, 10th place being 43 pounds, midway through the third day is good, but that 81 just blows it out of the water. But what a fishery. What a great event. And we've not had good weather.
didn't really know what to expect here. We knew it was going to be a little cooler than what it was, that the wind was going to blow. Thought the place might fish small, but actually has not. Everyone has stayed the course, kept with their game plan. For the most part, it's just not all game plans are equal.
Yeah, certainly not. Certainly not. I mean, kudos to Kyle Welcher. He said he was going to give staying close a chance of 1 hour the first morning of the tournament, caught 2 big ones and settled in. I mean, so many times we hear those stories just the opposite of I should have done something and it didn't work out.
In all those preview stories, talking with Matt Greshik, the local who caught 25 plus pounds to win just the weekend before this tournament here, he said someone's going to have a bad practice, they're going to stay close on day one, and they're never going to leave, and they're going to have a chance to win this tournament. We didn't think that someone would maybe blow this tournament out that way. That's what's crazy.
You're right, but we had Jacob Prosnick, Brian Schmidt. We had some great anglers that knew to stay close and weren't able to do what Kyle Welcher has done.
So great to have you with us today for Bassmaster Live. We've got the weigh-in coming up. You can catch that on Bassmaster.com. It starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. The man on the Yeti hot seat, not feeling much heat at this time right now, is Kyle Welcher. So we do look forward to that. We'll finalize our top 10. Our coverage will continue on Bassmaster.com, including the halftime show and much, much more. And we will be back right here, same time tomorrow morning on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Coming up just around the corner, IndyCar, NICS practice, Long Beach Grand Prix track. That's coming up next, right here on FS1.
It is my second favorite day of the week, semifinal Saturday, and we are in beautiful North Carolina this time around. Welcome into the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Basscat Boats. A beautiful semifinal Saturday we have. A little brisk, not the weather we were expecting rolling into this event, but wow, what fireworks we have seen throughout this event. An incredible fishery, and the crazy thing is, it's taken us a long time to head to North Carolina for this event. Pasquotank River, of course, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. But I don't think it'll take us a long time to head back, because as incredible, as diverse a tournament as we've had, everybody said that if it was just a few days earlier before the weather turned, it would have been even better, which is hard to imagine when you look at your tournament leader with 60 pounds after 2 days of competition. I'm Dave Mercer, joined by Kyle Jesse, and this is a crazy tournament. It is a tale of two worlds. I mean, the tournament that Kyle Welcher is fishing, which seems to be on another planet, and everybody else.
It sounds funny to say that Kyle Welcher's going through some adversity today, because he still had 20 pounds right now on Bass Track, has a massive lead. But, you know, we just went to break on live cast, saw him fishing for a real big one. But like you said, it's been really diverse. Guys doing a lot of different things. Been a ton of fun to watch, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch the rest of the day.
Well, let's look at a little fishing right now, and we'll go through our top four as they left the dock this morning. We'll kick things off with a two-time Bassmaster winner, one win in the Opens, one win in the Elite Series, the always lethal Brandon Lester. And he has done a lot of damage here this week. Fishing, I mean, if you look at the amount of time he spent around docks, I mean, it looks like his kind of the way you're used to seeing him fish Florida fisheries.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously a great start this morning for Brandon Lester, 17 pounds, almost 18 pounds on Bass Track. You know, one of the first catches we saw on live this morning was Brandon Lester at this bridge, caught a big one on a jig, mentioned that all week long he had seen those fish set up on that bridge and hadn't been able to get him to bite. Certainly a great start for Brandon Lester. Still room to grow in his bag right now, still has, you know, a 2-pounder, a 1.6. A lot of room to grow, but a great start for Brandon Lester nonetheless.
Proving once again the universe hates me. I say it looks like Florida, and the footage we're looking at looks nothing like Florida, really. But he has done a lot of damage at that bridge and has had a great week. And you got to believe at this point, very rarely do you have no pressure on the elites. They have very, very little pressure.
Absolutely. I mean, you get to go out there, you get to have fun, try to catch the biggest bag you can. You know, we heard Trey McKinney talk about it early this morning, that he was fishing for second place. There's still a lot of money on the line, a lot to fish for.
A guy who never feels pressure, Tyler Williams, the main event, a two-time Classic qualifier, and similar to my friend Randy Bobandy, who is allergic to material on his upper body, he is allergic to shoes.
if I was allergic to shoes on a day like today, I would be in big, big trouble because it is chilly here in North Carolina, especially for the time of the year, but certainly not stopping Tyler Williams from doing exactly what he does. What is that, you might ask? Flipping a jig. He does it everywhere we go, whether he's fishing it deep, fishing it shallow. He did tell us yesterday that he made a big, massive change to his jig. 3/4 ounce all the way down to a 3/8 ounce. I don't think we've ever seen him have to make an adjustment to this point. He's making it look pretty easy so far this morning. You know, just flipping these trees with that jig early on. Had some really nice bites, and certainly always an angler to keep an eye on when the jig is going to be in play.
From one young pro to an even younger pro, the youngest Elite Series champion in history, Illinois pro Trey McKinney.
Absolutely. Trey McKinney, I mean, the start he had at the beginning of the Elite Series, you know, we saw it, and it was something we had not seen throughout the course of his rookie season. Had very little struggle. Obviously, Smith Lake being one of his biggest, goosebumps there. But obviously, a great start here this week. Have seen him on camera most of the week, doing a lot of the similar things that Tyler Williams is doing. Similar areas. I know at the end of the show yesterday, we got to see them catch up with each other on the water a little bit. But Trey McKinney mixing in a few different things, flipping, a jig, Texas rig. Also going to a finesse bait, looks like a Nico rig, so certainly changing it up, and looks like he's having a good time out there.
Having a good time, always having a good time. Hot off a second place finish, obviously at the Bassmaster Classic, and it looked like he was going to be sitting there after day number one, and obviously sitting there right now. Only guy having more fun than him is one dude who is on another planet this week. Kyle Welcher talked about a tough pre-fish, but the old adage, tough pre-fish, good tournament, it definitely worked out for him this time around.
That's certainly been the case. I mean, you've mentioned it a handful of times this week, his ability to slow down in these areas that early on in the tournament we saw a lot of anglers speed by, go through. Cameraman Wes Miller mentioned that early on day one. I mean, at this point, we basically have to judge Kyle Welcher against himself. Every single day has brought in over 30 pounds over the course of the first 2 days. Today, already at 20 pounds, 12 ounces. We've seen him have a couple misses. I don't think any of the other guys in the field are feeling too bad for him at this point in the day, but certainly made this look way too easy to this point in the tournament. Not fishing far from takeoff, decided not to make the run. We heard him just moments ago said that early on day one, he was going to give himself a chance to get lucky close. And catching two big ones right off the bat on day one certainly gave him that chance, and he's not looked back since.
Yep. Unbelievable tournament he is having, and what a week. I mean, the question now, can he chase down Welcher and chase his, or not Welcher, Walters, and chase down his record of the biggest win margin of 29 pounds. Left the dock this morning with a 22-pound lead. So he's having a great week. And you know what? We're having a great week. And I'll tell you why. Because yesterday we were joined by an absolute legend in this sport, Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, the amazing Basil Bacon, one of the most entertaining, interesting anglers in the history of this sport. And he just happens to be the last champion we had on this very body of water. It was 44 years ago. But he is joining us here again today. The viewers have spoken, Basil Bacon. They want more of you, and we're going to give it to them. Basil, you have a great, incredible history, but you also spent some time on the water with some other legends of the sport, and I imagine you're going to fill us with a story time about the time you spent some time on the water with Forrest L. Wood.
That was on that particular tournament. Forrest and I fished together quite a bit, and we'd found some fish on a bank down Flighty Creek. Now, this bank was not like most of the bank. You got cypress trees everywhere. And this particular bank had some overhanging trees, a couple of bushy kind of trees out from it. But for the most part, there would just be a couple of blades of grass on the bank that was hanging over, or maybe just one little stick and occasionally a stump or something. And there wasn't a lot of fish, but I had a lot of confidence that there was a lot of fish on this bank. Was about a mile long, and Forrest would start on one end of it, and I'd start on the other. Well, we got in that morning, and I pulled up on my first stump. Now, this is one of these stumps that's all laid out underneath the roots and standing up like a mad spider, and got 5 pound written all over the top of it, or a sign like Motel 6, he's there. And I made 4 flips into this thing, and nothing. Oh boy, this was my best shot. And I went on to the next one, and my partner threw in behind me, and bingo, he yanks a 5-pounder out of there. Ooh, wait a minute. I had one of my best friends tell me something one time, and I think I'll listen to him. The guy's name was Roland Martin, and he had been known several times to throw as many as 40, 50 times at one stick to finally catch a fish off of it. Now, he just knew that fish was there. I knew these fish were here. Didn't have any TV sets to tell us where it was, but we had the confidence. And so I put my trolling motor on creepy call, started down the bank, and going along, and every once in a while I would catch one, but I was crawling super slow. And got down, went around this one point down there, and laying out in front of this, in the middle of a tree. Don't know what kind of a tree it was, biggest cottonmouth I ever seen in my life. And so eased on down the bank, and a little bit of running forced, and you know, the normal, well, how you doing? Well, I got a couple. How about you? Got one. And other salutations, and then on down the lake, and I turned around and I said, by the way, Forrest, I said, the biggest cottonmouth I ever seen in my life, laying out on that point bush. I'd give him a wide berth, and he said, well, I reckon Hal's got a 357 Magnum bird shot, and I'll tend to him when he get there. So we went on down, and I fished around and came back and met in about the same spot, and we did the same discussion of how many you got, and started on down. I said, oh, by the way, Forrest, I didn't hear that gun go off down there anywhere. Was that snake gone? He said, well, as a matter of fact, that snake wasn't gone, but he said, I was a little bit afraid that bird shot would just make him mad. So we proceeded on down the way, and I had 2 days of just really slow fishing. I couldn't get Forrest to slow his trolling motor down, and he did not do well. And I had another buddy of mine, Cliff Craft, was fishing that same bank for 3 days, and he's cranking a spinnerbait, and he caught one fish a day off of it. But the fact that I slowed down and beat it to death was the thing that really made it work. And then the last day, I drew a kid from, I believe it's Virginia City, and we went down there, and I had a little bit of trouble persuading him, but I finally kept hammering on him to throw into this one spot, and he caught a real good fish. I got real happy, and we proceeded on, and at noon, my trolling motor had a magnet break loose in it, and I was dead in the water. I fished for 32 years I was a purist. I used nothing but a hand-controlled trolling motor, and that's the only time in 32 years I was without a trolling motor because it broke, but that motor would not work. So I had a buck saw there, and I cut one limb, and I had a push pole, and I let him use the push pole, and I used this other one that we'd made, and I would move the boat, about a length and a half to 2 lengths, and we'd stop, and we would sit there by my watch for 10 minutes, and we was just hitting, wouldn't have but 2 or 3 things to throw at, and you just keep over and over and over. And to continue the story on, at the end of the day, he helped me, and it was great, wonderful. We had a good day. He had a good catch that day. Came in, and old man got lucky and won one.
Wow, great story. Always legendary stories. Before we leave here, Basil, can you give us one coffee time?
Yeah, hey, listen. One thing on those, the fish that they're catching out there right now, they didn't grow that big back then. I don't know what's going on because, you know, you go brackish water anywhere in the United States, you find brackish water, 5-pounders, big fish. And what they're doing, and I don't know if we can say that this is what caused it or not, but way back when, there was a whole bunch of fishermen and a bunch of tournament organizations that started learning how to catch fish and keep them alive and putting them back. And what we really did was we were just trying to keep them killing ourselves, because we'd have a tournament and they'd put the knife to 6,000 or 7,000 pounds of fish during the tournament, and it bothered all of us very much. But it caused us to quit killing the fish. But the main thing it did is once we did that, every bass club in the United States followed suit, and I was so glad to see you do, but as it did, because it's old TV lakes, back when it was a 10 fish limit, and it took 30 pounds of fish to win it. You go to the same ones, and it's 30 pounds a day with only 5 fish. So it's a great accomplishment, and I was just proud to be a part of it.
Well, on behalf of all anglers around the world, we want to thank you guys for having the foresight to think of catch and release and make it better for years and years to come. The legendary Basil Bacon, thank you very much. I love a little story time with Basil Bacon. We got lots coming up here from the Bassmaster halftime show, and the legends keep on rolling here. From one Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, we're going to be joined by what I would say is a future Bass Fishing Hall of Famer already in his young career. Brandon Palaniuk going to join us, and he knows a thing or two about what Kyle Welcher's going through, and that's big leads.
Absolutely. Just a few weeks ago, Lake Okeechobee, Brandon, super familiar with this big lead. We'll talk to him, see what he has to say, how those pressures affect you on the final couple days.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Halftime Show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Semifinal Saturday. Big things happening out on the water. I'm joined by Brandon Palaniuk, and pretty excited what's going on here right now. We got some breaking news going on. Me and you have been peered over a unit watching Kyle Welcher fish a fish, and the word is he caught said fish moments ago. Let's get out in the water right now and have a look at this right now. Hard to believe a guy with such a big lead makes a major shot here, but let's watch it.
Stay on this time, you big sucker. Oh my God, dude. Look at that freaking Bronco bug, baby. Dude, that's a freaking giant. I lost her 2 times.
Yeah, that's a 10-pounder.
It's gotta be, dude. Gosh. I lost her twice. Look at that freaking fish, dude. Oh my goodness.
Tell me the story, dude.
Dude, I found this fish and it was super, super aggressive. It bit first cast and I lost it. Oh, I'm shook up right now. I fished for it for like 15 minutes and it bit again and I lost it out there somewhere.
How many chances? Yeah. That's gotta be 10 pounds.
Where's my small one? Dude. It's a freaking 10-pounder. It's a 10-pounder.
Yeah, dude. That's a freaking crank.
Y'all good in there? That one's.
Wow.
I'm at a loss of words right now. I mean, we knew it was big, and that's why we were, peered over trying to see if he was actually going to catch this fish. We knew he had lost it once. I didn't realize he had lost it twice. It had bit the first cast, and I'm like, I'm mind blown. He culled out 1.5 pounds with a 10-pounder. I hope he shows it right here, the compare and contrast. I mean, it's amazing. The crazy part is, you look at Bass Track, he still has a 2-pounder. Like,
look, there's a fish he's calling.
Yeah, he got rid of 1.5 pounds with a 10-pounder. When you're living right, he's gonna weigh. He's got to be close to 30. Bass Track, he's got 29 1/4. I believe with 3 more hours to fish, he's going to find another 5-pounder and call out that 2-pounder, and he's going to weigh over 30 again. 3 days in a row.
Triple dirty 30. Unbelievable. It's
insane.
Watching what he's doing, I mean, that fish had golf ball-sized eyes.
You knew it was big. It's a different level. But when we were watching it, you could see it on his screen. When it turned up and it was nose down on his bait, it turned the length of the entire stump. Like, that's how you know it's a big
tell
one.
the difference between the two.
Yeah.
For those that don't know, we're joined by Brandon Palaniuk right now. And Brandon, you were in a similar situation, I say. You had a big lead at Okeechobee. But really what Kyle Welcher's doing right now really looks like what you did and makes it kind of not even that impressive, really.
Yeah, his lead is nearly the biggest bag I've ever weighed in the elites. what was it, 34?
33.12.
I weighed like 34.12 or something.
34.12.
So he's a pound away from the biggest bag I've ever weighed, and that's his lead.
Obviously, this from footage from that event.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that second day, I caught all those big ones on a crankbait. One was a prototype Mega Bass crankbait that is going to release soon, probably. And then this one you see here is on a Mega Bass Big M 4.0. I mean,
oh my God.
It's just so cool. The last tournament I won, I caught a bunch of them cranking. The very first Elite Series tournament I ever won, I caught them deep cranking. And when I grew up as a kid, I never even owned a deep crankbait. So it just kind of became one of those confidence things for me.
We haven't even had the chance to thank you, but you waited almost every day to catch your biggest one when we were on live. So that
we appreciate
really
it.
did us a favor.
And now Welcher returning the favor.
Yeah,
I mean, to catch that now. Unbelievable. A giant fish. And what blows me away is to do that after, it gets to the point where you're like, wow, there's really not much to watch with this guy. I mean, he's kind of walking away with this tournament.
Yeah.
That puts it in a whole different stratosphere. I mean, he realistically is well on pace to take the all-time record, which is 29 pounds, the biggest win margin record here this week.
He is. And honestly, I mean, I don't know what he's at 90 now. So he'd have to do some incredible stuff the next 2 days. But he's even not totally out of the question of the all-time 4-day record.
I mean, he's gonna.
Some crazy stuff.
Craziness. But he just caught a 10-pounder,
and he still has a 2-pounder in his bag today. So if he catches
another 10,
another 7 or 8-pounder, and then does the same thing again tomorrow, which apparently is not out of the question. I don't know. It's like crazy things are happening. When you're in a position like that, if weigh-ins happened right now, most likely he wouldn't even have to catch a bass tomorrow. When that happens, you just have to set different expectations for yourself, right? Like, he has to go tomorrow and say, if he weighs 30, 30, 30, he just has to set the goal and say, hey, I'm going to go catch another 30-pound bag.
Because it's fun.
Well, I mean, it is fun.
Well, you even said during the Okeechobee tournament that you weren't going to be satisfied unless you did what you knew you could do on the final day.
Yeah.
You knew you didn't need much, but like you weren't going to be happy unless you did what you knew you were capable.
And I wasn't. I was not happy with how I finished on day 4. I was happy that I won, but I was not fully satisfied because I wanted to close that out. I wanted to catch another 20-plus pounds. And I know how competitive Kyle is. He's the same way. He's not going to want to go out and just lay off it tomorrow. He's going to want to go and, blow the doors off of it even more. But he hasn't moved.
Let's watch this again.
Okay,
this is
here we go.
Stay on this time, you big sucker.
So I thought we were about to watch him catch another one, but this is that 10-pounder that he just caught. He had lost it twice before. He said he found this fish, super aggressive. She bit on the very first cast. He knew it was a big one. He'd lost her 15 minutes after that. She came back again and obviously got her to bite again.
That's a freaking giant.
Insane.
Look at it.
It's just built different.
And every one of his fish. I mean, in a tournament dominated by long lines at gas stations, long runs, long nights at the service yard, he has literally not gone to the gas station once, and he's caught everything on one lure.
When it's your time, it's your time. simplicity at its best. I always feel like the guy that is most dangerous to win an event is typically the guy that has the least amount of rods on his deck.
We know it's not going to be simple. You're getting a bronco bug for like the next however many months. Unbelievable. That bait is officially, I haven't checked, sold out everywhere, basically.
Who
I gotta
knows?
imagine.
You can count on it. I think the thing that's even more scary is before he even found that fish, he said he was surprised. He was like, where did that fish come from? If there's more fish coming to him, like, this could get even more ridiculous.
For sure.
Wow. Unbelievable. Brandon Palaniuk. Doesn't get much better than that.
It's fun to watch. I'm going to go keep watching.
Yeah, well, don't go anywhere because we'll be right back in just a few minutes with another incredible guest. Gerald Swindle going to join us, and well, let's see if he can bring a 10-pounder across the camera while he's here. I mean, if anybody can do it, G can. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Elizabeth City, North Carolina, stop 3 of the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Semifinal Saturday. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. And for the first time this week, I'm starting to feel like Stone Cold Kyle Welcher. And what I mean by that is, he has 10-pounders roll into his area on semifinal Saturday, and he has a 90 pounds, 2 ounces. Look at that. It is 2 different tournaments. An incredible tournament from 2nd to 10th. Look how tight it is.
Those guys are shooting it out.
But I have 10-pounders rolling into my area in the way of big-time fishing stars. We're joined by Brandon Palaniuk, and now joined by the incomparable G-Man Gerald Swindle. Obviously, good buddy with Kyle Welcher. And,
yes.
I don't know what he's doing, but everybody needs to start doing it.
He's catching them. He is catching them. And you know, he talked to me in practice a little bit after it was over, and we had a text, and I should show you the text thread on the last night. I said, what do you think to get paid? He said, according to my practice or rumor? He said, my practice, 9 pounds a day. I said, we're on the same stuff. So he had a horrible practice, you know.
Yeah.
And he said he thought he knew where one fish was on bed. He was going to go start on it, thought it might be a 4-pounder. It was a 7. And he just so he called me that night to say, hey, bro, I didn't lie to you. I said, I knew you didn't. I knew you didn't. He said it just kind of started happening.
He said he gave himself an opportunity to get lucky close. And in the first hour, caught 2 big fish and obviously is locked into that area. And by the looks of it, fish are coming to him.
Well, I think that was key that he catches those 2 early because he slows down in that area, and look what he's discovering. If he blows through there and catches them 2 out, he starts making a long run. We're not having this conversation. But the more he stays there, the better it gets. So you got to look at that, like, why did he stay there? Those 2 big bites. He's like, let's just cruise around and look.
If he doesn't catch those 2 big ones first thing on the first day, we're looking at a close tournament.
Yeah, he's running around over there with me somewhere, hitting cypress trees and busting his knees going, God, this place is tough. There's a lot of that going on, you know. And it's weird because people at home are seeing this weight, and I'm sure my dad's one of them going, I can't believe my son couldn't catch but 18 pounds. He sucks up there. It ain't that easy.
Never say that.
Oh, yeah, he texts me, tough day. You got to get your stuff together. Don't suck tomorrow. You know, but like it looks really easy what he's doing, but he's dialed. He's really good at that. But it's not that easy just to go catch fish here.
Now over to our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion, Easton Fothergill, who's having a cute little tournament. When you see what Kyle Welcher
there you go,
doing.
licking the icing off the cake again, just sticking your finger in it, right in the cobbler, just taking the glaze off. He just won the Classic. Cute little tournament he's having here.
Boys, how would you, what analogy would you use? Like, give me an adjective. How's this tournament going compared to Kyle Welcher's?
Oh, God, not good. He has now lapped the field, okay? All NASCAR's behind the wall, and Kyle Welcher is letting it eat. He is gone. It is over.
Come on. I got to make this weigh-in somewhat dramatic.
Well, I'm going to say start reading some jokes tonight, some bad jokes, because when you get to this kind of lead on a tournament, it's over, is it not? It's over.
No, we're doing an angler that
has no shoes.
Yeah, allergic to shoes and has only ridden 2 escalators in his life.
And never gets cold. the man's in shorts no matter what. And he says, I'm from Maine. I said, well, you're insane from Maine because I'm freezing. We're all got jackets on, and look at this kid. Just catching bass barefooted.
Pouring rain. I mean, at the Classic, we're standing there. Everybody is bundled up. It is pouring rain, and he just, I mean, doesn't
just Tyler Williams, just giggling, looking at you. I asked him before the tournament started. I said, how's the jig bite? He goes, that's pretty good.
Now over to an angler that we've had a camera on all 3 days of competition. He started the week with a camera and earned it each and every day. Brock Mosley didn't have a voice at the beginning of the week, but did his talking on the scales. And this is kind of one of those fisheries that sets up well for the way he fishes.
I actually picked him on fantasy fishing.
Do you play fantasy fishing?
Oh, I play when Rapala asked me to do the video.
Okay,
I appreciate it. I'm not good at it because I picked myself, and I blew that for my dad, but I did pick Brock Mosley, and I picked Brandon Lester. I thought, and, you know, some of my guys are up there pretty good, but I picked Christie, so we had a rough one. I seen Brock on the first morning of practice, and he said, dude, I still don't have my voice. We all got sick at the Classic, and I still have not quite fully recovered, but he's doing his speaking with that fishing pole.
He sure is.
The guy's scrappy.
Speaking of Brandon Lester, had a good start to things this morning. Let's head over to him in topwater fishing, which makes the world a happier place.
God, is it not beautiful? Folks, get ready. This is something you can't see on your FFS. Brought to you by the good old days. Where men were men and rode horses to school.
Did you ride a horse to school?
Didn't have one. I walked. So I was bow-legged.
Couldn't even
couldn't afford a horse. Hills were too steep.
Uphill both ways, too, of course.
Snowing. Oh, Kyle Patrick.
Some of the most energy we've seen today, the spaz, the fruit bat. Kyle Patrick, everything backwards, but it's heading forwards. He has his shorts backwards, his pants backwards, and he claims that never mind all these years he's practiced fishing, none of that is the reason he's here. It's all just the luck of the backwards clothing.
That's what he says. Always gets lucky. He says, gee, I just got lucky. I need that at night.
Listen, I've seen your wife.
It's a lot of luck these guys got. He catches them every tournament. It's just luck. No, he's different. I like him.
Different? That's a good analogy. Let's listen into him because you know he's talking.
Oh, and it's good. Squirrel.
I'm taking a piss, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Hey, let's not listen to him. You know what? It's a long day on the water, an incredibly long day on the water.
Like we said there, it's a good time to go to a commercial break.
Yeah. To Brock Mosley, who is still actively angling.
Not dangling, angling. I just said that, didn't I? This Bass Live is really picking up.
Well, hey, I mean,
we got to make it good because this is a blowout. I mean, he's got a 488-point lead. Okay? His wife's not even nervous right now. She's already on the line shopping at Amazon going, Link needs some new shoes, and Mama going to get this money.
Gosh, that's got to be an incredible feeling. Do you think, oh, look at there, beautiful osprey, grebe maybe? Beautiful bird anyways. Brock hooked up
Mosley.
live.
Give it to us, Brock. It looks like he's throwing a chatterbait around, some dock poles. It's a big one.
Landing in the boat.
Oh my, it jumped.
It was a spring-loaded fish.
Yeah.
Come on.
I've had those kind of tournaments here lately, but they usually hit the graph and fall back in. Boat flipped him, landed in the boat. Sometimes it's got to go your way.
And that's a big fish right there. That's going to bring him within 52 pounds.
And there you go, licking the icing off the cake. Can't tell the story without a little old jab. A couple of more 12s and he'll be within 31 pounds.
I mean, the way this is setting up, Brock Mosley's not the only one who's going to lose his voice. Good chance I'm not showing up for weigh-in tomorrow.
Just think if you had a big intercom system and you could say, hey, guys, good job. Y'all are 41 pounds behind. Reckon they just come on back? God. Okay.
Let's check in with Drew Benton, two-time Elite Series champion.
Master sight fisherman, one of the top in the country.
Oh, hooked up live.
I like the hook set. we got here, bro? Come on, Drew. Y'all got him?
I mean, he ain't big. Bigger
Another runner.
Well, then we got
These.
him.
We got fish bouncing all over.
I mean, they are
boats.
mean. They are jumping.
Ornery this time of year.
You're trying to tell him that put me back, you don't stand a chance. There's a guy got a lot of my relatives in the big ones.
That's at number 2.
I talked to Drew. He's making a pretty good run, so.
Is he running as far as Cook? They're both running far, right? Like 2 hours?
Yeah. They're up to Chauhan.
Talk to me about that, because I don't think you guys get enough credit for that. How hard it is to make a long run like that. Like, I mean, these are not, when you think, oh, you drive a boat for 2 hours. If you're a recreational person just doing this, it is not driving a boat. It is literally getting your head beat in for 2 hours.
So I like to do, I try to explain it to Lulu sometimes. She said, how far are you running? I'll say 68 miles. She'll say, I'll say, okay, you're going to get in my truck, hang your head out the window, and I'm going to drive to our farm in Jasper 2 hours away. I said, that's what it's like. It's, and it works on you mentally, because a lot of things cross your mind when you're running. You know, do you have a spare trolling motor prop, spare big motor prop? There's a lot of things that can go wrong, so it mentally wears you out. And when the waves got big, the slower you drive, the more that weighs on you. And outside of that, you're getting beat up. You know, it's a sore, rough ride.
Even as bad as the roads are in Alabama, they're not as bad as the waves out there. That's for sure.
I felt like a bullfighter that was no good.
Let's head over to the Baby Shark, Shane LeHew, one of the North Carolina anglers that made the top 50. Him and Jake Whitaker, I believe, the two only North Carolina anglers.
You want to go ahead and hit me right now? I fished that right there yesterday. Dead serious. Fished right down through there. Caught 2 8-inchers and broke one off.
Probably nothing there.
Well, I beg to differ. He's there.
Oh, it turns out I was wrong. Sorry, Gerald.
Please stay on. I did not get a good hook set in her. Please
Look at this. I mean, just.
Yes.
And I've just smashed an 8-incher through there.
I was, and I snapped it off, and I watched her eat it. That's why I didn't get a good hook set. I popped it, and I was like, what was that flash? And I was like, oh my God, I got one.
High enough that I wouldn't live through it, because I'm afraid if I did something short, I'd have to swim back.
As long as the weights don't get astronomically good.
Yeah. Yes, I brought the fish catches. I couldn't catch them, but I brought them to you.
You definitely, I mean, Palaniuk was here when we saw a 10-pounder caught, and I thought there's no way to top that. But
look at here.
You need therapy after this.
I'm just telling you.
I'm not talking cheap stuff.
You want the people at home to take grip of this. There was a lot of us fished that area. I honestly fished through there yesterday evening, had about 45 minutes. I made it down that pass. I was flipping a brush hog, caught a few shorts, broke one off, but in my mind, they're there. This is all about timing. Timing is everything when you're fishing the bank like that, and you see just how easy he made it look.
What's a good thing?
And I'm thinking about jumping.
Promote positive mental attitude. You need
pretty
one to get through
positive.
this.
They didn't bite mine. Bad boys, bad boys. I'm throwing the white flag up. You know how a boxer, when he gets knocked out? Coach, throw the flag in,
Throw
Mercer.
the towel. Here he goes. Gerald Swindle out. The amazing Gerald Swindle, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you at Hartwell. Big week ahead for that. Yep. I know big things. I'm expecting big things, right?
Yes. Not as big as what we're seeing here. The icing has been licked off the cake by a guy named Kyle Welcher.
Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes' time. Bassmaster Halftime Show. Welcome back in. Semifinal Saturday Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Elizabeth City, North Carolina, the host for our third stop of 2025, and what a stop it has been. Right now, people looking at record books, seeing what records we can see go down here this week with Stone Cold Kyle Welcher. An incredible tournament, incredible halftime show. We've had 10-pounders. We've had lots of big fish. Now we got Bo Nose and with Steve Bowman, and it's always great to have you here, Steve Bowman. But here's what I know. I know bass fishing is a lot of fun when you're watching bass fishing, and we have more action off the water right now, and it is with the main event. Tyler Williams hooked up moments ago. Let's watch this.
Shoeless Tyler.
Is it too big to boat flip? Yeah. And it's got the jig kind of sketchy.
It's a good one, too.
There we go. Let's go. The jig fell out of its mouth. I was gonna flip it, but I saw way too much jig. I wasn't comfortable with it. There we go. It's not a giant one, but it's a pretty big one. It calls a 1-pounder, so that's gonna go a long way. Man, we just fished forever before getting another bite. 4-pounder. Wow. Now we just gotta get back safe because it's gonna be hard to cull. Might be able to, but.
Well, I think I can go on the record and say they're biting out there, Kyle Jesse.
Absolutely, and I think it's safe to say, I know we're going to get to Bo Nose, but I think we know the guys are having some good fortune out there. That's 3 fish catches in a row.
Wow.
Bait has either come out of the fish's mouth on the boat flip, or, we just saw Tyler, obviously the jig came out as soon as he landed it. Pretty good stuff happening out there.
Incredible tournament, and people predicted that it was going to get better as we moved into the weekend. Weather a little bit more stabilized. We're going to see guys with a little bit more space in their areas, and those that predicted it were definitely correct. The question is, will Bo Nose be correct here today?
Well, I've been pretty close most of the time. Bo knows that.
All right.
But what Bo knows that I found, and you guys know this as well, but we've had 2 double-digit fish caught this year in the Elite Series. Now, well, the interesting thing about those 2 double-digit fish is both of them were hooked multiple times before they came to the boat.
Great point.
You never see or hear of those kind of things, a whole lot. But it's amazing to me that the 2 largest fish caught this season had a hook in them more than once.
Wow.
So,
yeah, David Gaston, obviously the first one.
That's right, and then Kyle Welcher. But what I want to talk about is that growth in catch rates and how everybody wanted to make it to Saturday. So what I know, Bo knows, day 2 saw the largest improvement in catch rates for day to day for the whole season. Basically, there was almost, and I'll explain it. There was a 10.5% improvement in overall catch rates from day 1 to day 2 that equates to at least an additional 2.5 pound per angler. Now, where it gets really interesting, though, is when it showed up for the big bass. The big bass started showing up yesterday at a very fast rate. The growth in fish over 5 pounds was simply incredible. For fish over 5 pounds, there was a 258% growth from day 1 to day 2. That's, you're talking about lapping the field. That laps the field 3 times, 2.5 times anyway. So, not only did those 5 pound fish almost triple in numbers, but there was more than 15% growth in the weights. The average weight on day 1 for those big bass, 5 pounds above, were 5'4". Yesterday, it was 6'2". And with Welcher and a few of these others, we've seen some 6-7 pounders caught from guys who don't have cameras in them. Koya's got a 6+. There's several like that are out there. My expectation is that 6 pound or that heavy weight average will go up even exponentially today with less people on the water. We've seen a lot of big fish. So this is a truly special place. Bo knows that.
Who's going to win this tournament, Steve Bowman?
Tyler Williams. No. It's pretty academic. It is, you know, the wind is like what Palaniuk was talking about earlier. What does Welcher say the line is, and whether he hits that or not? Because everybody else is fishing for points, and points are important. We've had this discussion many times. 2 to 3 points can decide an AOY race or a classic berth. So those guys that are out there beating their heads against the wall and, you know, like Swindle falling down and breaking kneecaps and stuff like that, that's still a real part of the game. Even though Welcher is catching dirty 30s every day, there will be nine guys tomorrow who will be fighting for their life in some other aspect.
An incredible tournament, history-making tournament. They said that we were going to see big fish. We said this was going to be a different fishery. But, man, they said it to Kyle Welcher a little better than anybody else. 90 pounds and 2 ounces. Tyler Williams right behind him with 57 pounds and an ounce. And you look at how tight that, you know, the second to 9th is, or second to 10th is. It's a pretty good tournament. Other than that, Kyle Welcher walking away with this thing. Kyle, Jesse going to win it?
I think so.
Wow.
Looks like
I think he can sleep in tomorrow.
Anything can happen. Don't go anywhere.
We're back heading on into the afternoon here with Bassmaster live at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Third stop of the year, the St. Croix Elite, the Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, Rapala, providing our coverage, our live coverage for all of us to enjoy today, and it has been most enjoyable. We can tell you we have seen a lot today. We'll show you some of what we have seen here throughout the afternoon, and hopefully we're going to see some more amazing feats of fishing prowess out there today. Kyle Welcher has set himself far and away above everyone else in this tournament. One of the greatest discrepancies between first and second we have ever seen. Probably the greatest discrepancy before first and second we have ever seen as it stands right now. And who knows what happens tomorrow, but I have no reason to say it's not going to even get worse tomorrow for the rest of the guys. Now we're going to show you what we've seen. We did our show on FS1 for 3.5 hours. We signed over, turned it over to the halftime show with Dave and Kyle and special guests, and
we give them
Kyle
the best
Welcher
all the time. We always give them the best, Tommy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh well. Yeah. That was a gift from us, right? Sure. Kyle Welcher had been putting it on the rest of the field, just like he has for 2 days solid. But, well, shortly after we signed off, he decided to just take it to the next level. Let's put it that way.
Stay on this time, you big sucker. Oh my God, dude. Look at that freaking Bronco bug, baby. Dude, that's a freaking giant. I lost her 2 times.
Yeah, that's a 10-pounder.
It's gotta be, dude. Gosh.
Yeah.
I lost her twice. Look at that freaking fish, dude. Oh my goodness.
Tell me the story, dude.
Dude, I found this fish and it was super, super aggressive. It bit first cast and I lost it. Oh, I'm shook up right now. I fished for it for like 15 minutes and it bit again and I lost it out there somewhere.
And how many chances did you get? Yeah. That's gotta be 10 pounds.
Where's my small one? Dude. It's a freaking 10-pounder. It's a 10-pounder.
Yeah, dude. That's a freaking crank.
What up there is bigger. Yeah.
That one looks tiny. That's probably a 6-pounder right there. After we had our eyes messed up watching that 10-pounder.
He does have one small one in his 5-fish limit. I don't know if it's that small.
2-pounder. Yeah.
And we got to get that one out of here for the fear of its life. Like you can't leave that one in there.
No
you know.
kid. No. Yeah. Look who your cellmate is. Going in.
It's going to help him.
A little bit of a help. Ain't that a load off?
Yeah, boy, we really need to get rid of that
There's one there.
They were creeping up within 30 couple pounds of me.
So he hits this field with some, I don't know, aggravation, intimidation. The only thing left is double digitation.
Yeah, this one's kind of personal with me.
Second one of the year.
Fished for this fish earlier today, and I got it to bite. I got the big one up there to bite, and I lost it. We got it right by the boat. We both saw it really well. It'll help me by a couple pounds right now, so I'm gonna try to catch it. I mean, it's a nice one.
Right up on the stump.
Yep, it's right on that stump. It's a lot of times whenever it's cold, the fish will want to spawn beside something that's either really, really shallow or something that sticks out of the water. And I think whenever something sticks out of the water, it just gets a little bit more warmth to it because the sun's directly hitting it. So they really like spawning the base of stuff that's sticking out of the water. Whenever it's cold, late in the year, they don't care about it as much. They'll kind of get anywhere. But this time of year when it's not super warm, that's like a perfect place for one.
Wow. All you can do is watch at this point.
No, I mean, what?
He's probably about to catch it.
I hope.
You could say watch and learn, but he's so next level at this point in time. I don't know if I'm able to learn anything from this. This is just, it's magic more than anything.
Yeah, magic is a great way to describe this tournament for Kyle Welcher. Ooh, magic.
It's one of those things where there are things that have never happened, there are things that happen infrequently, and there's things that you have nothing else you can compare it to. Because at this point, if he wins the event by 40 points, or 40 pounds, and has over 100 and something, and everyone else has 80, we've never seen anything like that. So it's just, you have to just cherish it and can't compare it to any single thing.
A singularity, as they say.
It is, it's gone well. It's gone very well. I've got a bigger bag than the last 2 days. Well, caught fish, but no, it's going, okay, chill. It's going well. I haven't caught many fish today, so catching one while I'm talking about this is kind of crazy to me. But it's been a good day. Just lobbing my jig around, trying to fish, trying to get lucky. I'm pushing my luck real hard. Like, just kind of, I'm in a good area, but there's been a few things that have happened that I'm just like, there's no like any other tournament that wouldn't have happened. So I'm thankful and I'm happy. We caught the fish and now we just have to get back. That's gonna be the big one. It's blowing pretty hard, so I'm probably gonna leave fairly soon and just try to be safe getting back. If I have to go 15 miles an hour, so be it. I'm not afraid to do it. I know a lot of guys race around, and then next thing you know, you see them at the service yard going, why'd my trolling motor break? Why'd my graphs break? And it's just, everybody's trying to rush somewhere when you just gotta go at your own pace. And I haven't been to the service yard yet this week, so knock on wood, we won't have to. But I'm gonna take it easy and see how it goes.
Maybe you'll put some bibs on?
I'm still thinking about it. I'll probably put bibs on.
Tyler Williams, our tour's official mindfulness guy.
Yes.
Take time, be in the moment. Be quiet for a while.
The way today's been, I'm like, bite. I didn't know what it was gonna be. But
referring to the quality of the bites he's had today. Not a lot of them. That's the only small fish I remember him catching.
No, I don't think we've seen him catch anything but 4-pounders or better. Let's go over Easton Fothergill. Easton had a slow start to his day, dropped out of the top 10. Fished his way back in. He's bumping up against 20 pounds now. Did we go 3 20-pounders again yesterday? Like we did on...
4.
We had 4 yesterday?
4 yesterday.
Counting the 30-pounder.
Yes, we had
Yeah.
Welcher's 30-pound bag, and then Drew Benton's 20-pound got him in the top 10. Chris Johnston's 24.5 got him 70-plus spots higher. And then there was a 23-14 by Greg DePalma to move him
That's
67
right.
spots
DePalma,
higher.
I forgot about
A
that.
lot of our huge movers that moved 30 to 45 spots in the standings, it only took like an 18.5-pound bag to do so. I think Whitaker had 19.5 to get in the top 15 and just missed camera.
We don't talk about it as much, but where you have those big movers from the 70s and 90s moving up, that also tells you you've got some from the teens moving down.
Yeah.
Can't have one without the other.
Right.
What's interesting is how many guys that were in the 25 to 35 that are in the exact same spot they were on day one. Like they didn't change spots in the standings, whatever, their weights changed, but.
Bet you a donut he's going to catch this bass. Everything. He is the chosen one this week.
Uh-oh.
Holy cow.
What in the world?
Wow.
That was personal, huh?
It wasn't quite as big as I thought, but we need her right now.
Needs an interesting word, baby.
It's all relative.
Let's go, baby.
So that's her boyfriend.
When we started day one of this tournament, I would have loved to have had 5 like that. On day one, that's how bad my practice was. And now we luckily get to throw them back. So, unbelievable week so far. Yeah. No doubt.
Chosen one. I don't know. That name may stick. You gotta maybe think of something more fortunate sounding than that. I mean, my gosh, he's just sort of eclipsing all the expectations. On the verge of eclipsing the record. Hey, coming up next week, we got Bassmaster St. Croix Bassmaster Opens action presented by 7 on the Tom Bigby River, Columbus, Mississippi. They're in the Golden Triangle area.
Friday, we'll be live.
Friday live, coming up right here. April 16th through the 18th. Big time open season going on right in the middle of it. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Sponsored by Minn Kota. By Bass Pro Shops. And by Skeeter Boats. Some amazing action today. One amazing performance. Well, a lot of good performance. But one just off in another solar system, I might say, performance here by Kyle Welcher. A fantastic 33-pound, 12-ounce lead ahead of Trey McKinney. I just kind of crack up when I have to start reading this stuff because it does not seem like anything but fiction. But folks, it is real. Among his pursuers, New York's Kyle Patrick. He's got a 5 for 13 pounds.
Just need one more big one. We've got a line burner, and this little stump here has got a bunch of fish on it. Well, not a bunch, it's got 2, but I think they were just not that thrilled at the moment. I think if I can catch one 4-pounder, I'll have a chance at the top 10. But just need one more fish. And I also need to figure out how long it's going to take me to get back because it's blowing pretty hard. Just keep grinding. I'm going to push it hard today. I'm going to push it. Sorry to my camera guy, Trey. I'm gonna be sending it in those big waves. Trying to catch one more good one. Come on now. One more. Oh, I think there's a fry garter, it looks like, maybe. Could be.
Kyle doing everything he can to somehow become relevant in this exceptional tournament.
Yeah, he's had a enjoyable day to watch, and
yes.
I mean, when you got the shakes on
is all
the third day of a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, you're having fun, you're doing some good things, and everyone wants to try to make the top 10, want to pitch championship Sunday, even if it's a very much a long shot and then some that you're going to have a chance to win. That doesn't happen very often.
Let's go, boys!
Still love to be able to fish in the top 10.
Oh, I got to snap that. There's a fish right there.
Thinks he's one fish away from making it. I think, according to Bass Track, he's a little better off than he thinks. Don't know if he should be saying on Bassmaster Live that he's going to push it really, really hard going back in the rough water, because those fine folks at the service yard, they watch Bass Live also.
Yeah, that's right.
He comes in there with broken equipment.
Yeah, you might see that close sign turn around when he rolls up there.
He's just giving them a heads up. Hey, I'll see y'all later, probably.
Like Tommy said, there might be a heads up when he gets there.
Sir, we're closed.
Abusing your property does not constitute an emergency on our end.
Yeah. Shane LeHew saw him catch a good one in the past hour. Nice bass.
Shane's having a good year.
Very good year.
Solid.
I think the last time I looked, he was in the real time.
He was in the top 5
he was
points,
in top 5 for
Top
points.
5.
Yeah, 4th place. 5-pounder just about 30 minutes ago. Take it out to Drew Benton. Made a run himself this morning.
Gosh, we're killing all these anglers, and the water's lower.
Got a
Everywhere
little
we go.
limit. It's been really, really tough to get bit today. It's got to be this waterfalling. You can see on the tree line where it's dark there at the base, all that was covered in water yesterday. And I don't think the fish have left because I'm still getting a few bites, but they're acting real weird. They're just pecking at my bait, not holding on to it. They'll thump it, you set the hook, and they don't have it. It's been a weird day for bites. I've tried cranking stuff around them to make them react. I've tried just about going finesse, just about everything I can think of, and it's just hard to generate bites today, for me anyway. But when you run this far, you're pretty much committed, so we're just going to keep this flipping stick in our hand and see if we can put it in front of one big one or two big ones and get a bite. We've only got about maybe 30 or 45 minutes before we're going to start heading back. I've got one more stretch I want to hit that was too wind blown this morning to fish. It's where I've caught several of my big ones. It won't take very long to fish it. But other than that, it's just been a grind of a day. I think if the water would have been stable, we'd have ran over here and got a lot more bites. I don't know if we'd have caught, what we needed, but we'd have got a lot more bites than we've got today. It's just been a struggle.
Drew Benton having a good tournament. A lot of people expected him to, or certainly have a shot to win here. Everything sets up in his favor.
A whole bunch of people saying, watch the two Drews, the two sight fishing ninjas out of here. Among a whole field full of ninjas in that category for sure.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful spot. Love being here in North Carolina. Kyle Welcher loves being here in North Carolina. He loves where he's sitting right now. On top of the world in the sport of fishing on this day in 2025. 92 pounds and 10 ounces. And he's got plenty of fishing time left on day number 3. Not 4, but day 3 of this tournament. Semi-final Saturday. Big day with 50 anglers out there competing in the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. The Pasquotank River, third stop of the year, third chance to win a blue trophy. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025. Vast playing field. You can fish all the way from Virginia to Moorhead. So from where in Virginia? You can get all the way up to
Norfolk.
Yeah, down to Moorhead City, North Carolina, if you choose. But sometimes there's no place like home.
Or within the vicinity of the ramp, yes.
Yes, that's
home
home.
base. Yes,
yeah.
the home base.
No place like home base. That's there you go. Be a good T-shirt for this tournament.
So yesterday, when he was solid 30 pounds, he spent the rest of the day looking for some fish to start on today, and that's paid off for him.
Sure did.
It'd be hard to stay focused, I would think, knowing he's got well over 90 pounds, to be that disciplined and spend the rest of your day focusing on how you're going to prepare yourself to catch 30 pounds again tomorrow. Yeah. Not saying he won't do it.
I think he's also a little, compliment-wise, a little psycho. Like if there was zero motivation tomorrow and everyone crowned him the champion today, he wants to do it just because he wants to do it. Like he's one of those anglers that's motivated like that, you know?
Yeah, so talking to him last
Driven,
night, you know, and he's like, you know, you've been there, it's never easy, but he said, I want to go do it. Like, he'd already kind of got that mentality, I want to really like step on their throat.
Sure.
At this point. He was already hinting to that last night.
You heard Brandon Palaniuk at halftime say he was disappointed in his final day, that he really wanted to get that
So were we.
win. And
yeah, he didn't do good at all. I mean,
14,
really.
15,
you know?
whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't know, Kyle. Who knows what he's thinking right now? Maybe he's thinking, I want to find out where those 10-pounders are pulling up to, because that was fun.
Yeah.
It will be different. Let's hypothetically, he's in the mid 90s. He's at 92 right now. Let's just say 95 today. For one, the list of lakes that you could possibly break 100 in 3 days is a small group.
Yeah.
And for the Pasquotank River to be that close is huge. But then if he goes and catches 30 tomorrow and has 120 something pounds, and he's only behind the Fork, Falcon, Clear Lakes, like, that is the most shocking thing of the decade, not of the season, not of the bold predictions, of the decade, no doubt.
Ronnie, to make the top 10, he'd have to beat Tyler Williams last year, 124 pounds, 9 ounces, which...
top 10 all-time weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's looking at one now, and he's got his bait there, but I don't know if he's really fishing for it. Because he did this some yesterday, seeing how the fish are going to react.
Yeah.
Is that a
the
one
more
caster?
aggressive ones, or
You just never saw him pull on anything.
right. And he verified that last night when I talked to him. That,
That was what he was doing,
He had found a couple females that were very aggressive, and you know, some that he was just trying to see if they were on bed or they were just hanging around the cypress tree or a stump.
Might as well use all the features if you got them.
Yeah.
Before lunch, he had missed that fish twice, and at lunch, eating a sandwich, Davey, I remember you saying, he's going to catch that fish. Moments later, it comes across on the halftime show, 10-pounder. You didn't know it was that big,
crystal
though.
ball man for all seasons.
Oh, when it's going like it has for him, you just know it's going to keep on.
That's true.
He is the chosen one. It's not a bold prediction that he's going to get to hook the 10-pounder for the third time. Oh,
here's a head scratcher.
Took that long to hear that music today? I mean, we've only seen, how many 6-pound plus? Oh, look, it's Kyle Welcher.
Hey, they picked Kyle. Hey.
I would say Power Pole replay of the day, Kyle Welcher. Well, there's lots to pick from. There's lots to pick from yesterday and today.
Look, baby. Dude,
Listen,
look at that freaking fish, dude.
Power Pole replay of the day. Quote of the tournament. Look at that freaking fish, dude. I think Kyle Welcher has said that like 17 times because he's caught that many big ones. But this is the biggest of all, a 10-pounder. Kyle Welcher, Power Pole replay of the day, you chosen one, you. And you're right, Ronnie. The number of fisheries that you could even think about this happening on are few and far between. The weather conditions have not been ideal.
No, we had a cold front after a warming trend.
Water temperature dropping 10 degrees. They were really
Winds.
biting in practice. We've heard over and over and over again. Water
When I hooked that
levels
10-pounder, dude,
falling.
and it came off, dude, my heart sunk. Gosh. I'm still thinking about losing her, and I freaking caught her. That's just how fishermen are.
He's spot on there.
Feel pretty good right now.
Caught her and she's in a live well, but all you can think about is when she got away.
I'm a little worried about tomorrow because, like, I don't see many more. But we'll worry about that when we get there. We'll have 8 hours to look tomorrow, so.
A little worried about tomorrow.
I'm worried about not hitting 120 pounds.
I'm gonna catch them today.
Some people may say that you've already caught them today, Kyle.
Yeah, you could almost make that argument.
I already got my personal best. Might as well get my biggest bag ever, so we need to find another 10.
Personal best, I guess since he said might as well get my biggest bag ever, he's talking about individual fish.
I thought
he caught a 10.5 at the St. Johns River.
I thought so too. Maybe he's lying and just said that's a 10 and it's like 10-12 on his scale.
Well, it's a 10-1 at St. John's. And I thought he said 10.5.
No, he said that's
some
a 10.
point.
He said that's a 10, but it was a 10-1 at St. John's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, then he can definitely break that.
Okay.
Down. Yeah.
So
Or
maybe
he-
it
or he
registered
did.
as a 10-3 or 10-2.
Yeah, and if his scale is a little light than the official scales, then you'd have to say if it at least hit 10, then he assumes it's over 10-1. It's fitting that we were introduced to Kyle Welcher a little bit in the Opens. We didn't have live back then for the Opens, and we just knew of his name, poker player. We were infatuated with that, and he comes out and catches a 10-1 in his first elite event. That clip lives on forever thanks to Les Cook being his marshal and sending that and getting the catch, but it's fitting that now in possibly his first Elite Series win, he also catches another 10 in that fashion.
I'll have to say, Dave Mercer said this guy, watch him, he'd been paying attention. He was popping steady like 20th place finishes, 100-man fields. Like, watch him, you know, he saw something special in Kyle Welcher early on. And I started doing that when Dave brought it to my attention, and I think the very next year he was AOY.
Yeah.
Still don't quite understand last year for him.
No, that's says he didn't fish any different.
I mean, even the year that he missed the Classic, didn't do well, wins AOY, missed the Classic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's been a
You got him?
multi-year roller coaster.
Like 6? Like a 6? I got I got 4 good ones, like 3.5 4s, and literally one that I think might be 13 3/4. Yeah, except one of my fish is 14 inches, maybe 13 3/4.
Patrick, determined to upgrade his 5-fish limit as best he can before it's time to report back to Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Get it going. I want you to be aware of the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. You probably are. It's certainly a growing segment of the bass fishing, especially tournament bass fishing world. Just finished a big event down at the Classic over on Lake Fork at the same time. Got a winner from North Carolina, Wyatt Hammond. Got one coming up April 26th through 27th at Dale Hollow. So hit the QR code and register today. St. Croix Bassmaster lead the Pasquotank River. Of course, the weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock. On the weigh-in, you see Dave on stage with the anglers, everything that goes on in front of the tanks, but also there's the Moultrie behind the tanks. That's on YouTube. Pat and the gang back there. You know, and behind the tanks, the stories can become a little juicier, be a little more explicit. I'm not talking about in a naughty way. I'm just talking about more data for you to consume. You can put one screen on the weigh-in, one screen on Pat and Moultrie behind the tanks, and get the whole story as much as a person could get the whole story of what goes on here. Got that weigh-in coming up again, we say, at 3 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com. Moultrie behind the tanks on the YouTube channel. Getting down from our bird's eye view down to water level here with our leader, Kyle Welcher. Kyle Welcher with the 35-pound, 9-ounce advantage. Tyler Williams, and then the rest of the field.
It's a really good race for 2nd to 10th. Like Trey said earlier, Trey is fighting for the 2nd place trophy. I don't think they give a trophy out for 2nd place, Davey, but that's what everyone's, I mean, that would be what got you out of the bed in the morning. Like, come on now.
Hey, it's money and points. 2nd place is 20 grand. 3rd place is only 15. I mean,
money,
points,
and points.
Kyle Patrick.
Gotta have that do-re-mi. Everybody loves that.
Kyle Patrick started this event in the points in the 70s, and with his 8th place right now, he'd be inside the Classic cut at 39.
I know. Wait, I did it at the screen, Such. That's my stat. I gave that to you. Don't. What's that finger gesture? Don't do that, Such.
What now, everybody? Put your gloves back on. Boxing gloves, I mean. Move on over. Also in the neighborhood is Shane LeHew, not too far away.
See that athletic ability?
I guess I missed it.
Update, I almost went swimming. I hit a tree at about 100. We have caught 2 big ones now, which was the goal coming up here. Like I said, we started in that creek, kind of on the outer reaches of the Pasquotank River towards the Albemarle Sound, and we got like, I don't know, I think we got 4 out of there, so that was kind of the goal, just to get the day started. You know, I got one okay one out of there, definitely not big. It was like a 2 1/4 maybe, and then the rest of them were just keepers. But we came back up where I culled twice yesterday, late in the day, up a little further in the Pasquotank in a just kind of a ditch type canal deal. I think it's a man-made deal, but we caught two big fish, which was, like I said, that was the plan. We've just been throwing the jig, going for big ones. Like so we were so far back, starting in 9th place from Kyle, that, you know, at this point, trying to just finish as high as I possibly can for points and things like that, because they always seem to come down to, no matter how far back you are in a tournament or whatever, you're always fishing for something. So we're just going for big ones right now. I'm gonna flip a jig the rest of the time. If I can catch, you know, 2 more of those, we'll have a really good bag. We'd definitely have over 20 pounds, because I got three all just, you know, about the same size fish. But we may just do a circle in that pocket again, because I've caught 3 fish in there in 2 days, and they're, you know, I mean, I've caught more than 3, but the 3 I have caught, it's been 3 big ones, you know, 4 3/4 or bigger. So we may go back in there, and just, like I said, we're just trying to finish as high as we possibly can, hopefully top 10. I've had a lot of fun on this place. I've never been, which kind of sucks because I'm only 5 hours away, and if I would have known it was this cool and this good, I would have definitely spent some time on this river system because it's massive. Like, I think you could fish here your entire life and never fish everything. But it's got so many bass in it. It's been a lot of fun this week. Hopefully we can catch one more, make the top 10, and extend our fun for one more day.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah,
Great
I like that
fisher.
one statement there. No matter where you are in the tournament, you're always fishing for something, and that's true.
That's very true.
I mean, you're fishing to not do worse than you're doing right now, if nothing else. You know, right when we came to Shane here, he said, "Did you all catch that? You see that athleticism in action there?" And I didn't know what he was talking about. Apparently, we didn't see the whole. Okay, we hit a stump right there.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
I saw him chop his feet, you know.
That's a practice move right there, yes.
I saw that.
Widen your stance, lower your center of gravity, don't go in. Turn around, don't drown, as they say on the commercials.
Yeah. Thought he was getting ready to do it for his little top 10 dance there.
Yeah.
2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Well, guys, anglers like Shane LeHew, we've known about them for a long time. They came through the college series ranks, as I bring it into the Dakota Lithium screen of knowledge real quick. Guys like Shane LeHew didn't have the chance to be a high school All-American or a college All-American, and that is brand new that we're unveiling this year. We've done high school All-American watch lists in the past. Now it comes to the college series, and so wanted to take a moment to now, Davey, all of the Elite Series pros, and won't be shocked with the college kids because they'll already have a watch list of All-Americans to keep an eye on. And this is nothing official. This is just from the mind of Ronnie right now of a couple anglers to keep an eye on as we wait to unveil this list later in the year. Guys like Anderson Jones from Lander University, the Nutt brothers, Dylan and Carter Nutt from North Alabama, and Nick Dumke from Montevallo. Nick and Anderson, for the most part, fishing solo this year in a lot of tournaments. Anderson is doing so for Lander, and Nick, he lost his teammate to the Bassmaster Elite Series, Easton Fothergill. Those guys have proven that not only is it a team effort that puts good skill out there on the water to do well, but solo-wise, they can compete as well. Anderson just won the College Classic fish-off deal at the Bassmaster Classic in Fort Worth. Dylan just won a Bass Nation event at Pickwick Lake, which is their home lake, and Nick Dumke, I think, fished solo yesterday and almost won at Wheeler Lake. And so these 3 teams and 4 individuals are some guys keeping an eye on for our future College All-American watch list by Hook that we're unveiling for 2025. So a lot of great anglers. There's going to be more. There's Team of the Year standings that we're going to keep an eye on to really funnel who could be on that list later this year. But just 4 guys to keep an eye on.
Doesn't take those guys long once they're out of college. If they got the real talent, they're performing at the top level and doing big things. We've seen a lot of that in the past year.
It's starting to be where their junior, senior year, they're fishing opens at the same time, and they might not even. They might not even have to wait. They're going to be Venn diagramming it for the Opens Elites College.
Yeah, you don't have to serve an apprenticeship anymore. You can you can achieve and get everything tightened up and together and go out and make some money in the sport of bass fishing. Kyle Welcher on track to make a little money this week for sure in the state of North Carolina. Tyler Williams right behind him, and all the rest. Everybody hopeful as they can be. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. 3rd stop of the year, Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. And this is semifinal Saturday. And we are getting closer and closer, about an hour and a half maybe from weigh-in time. For these anglers, some of them having to make a long run, others not. Kyle Welcher with a prohibitive lead right now. I mean, with every tick of the clock, he's getting closer and closer to that Brute Trophy, but there's still a lot of time to fish left, and as Shane told us, everybody's fishing for something. Everybody's fishing for something.
You know, that is so true.
It is.
In my career, I've talked about this. if you're in last place, obviously you're fishing for a lot, but if you're in first place, he's thinking about breaking a record tomorrow.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
making history.
It's
There's
not a nothing
always
day
something.
for him.
Yes.
Absolutely not. Let's look at our Toyota midday report now, and we'll start with Trey McKinney. Trey McKinney, who owns a 130-pound plus performance at a single tournament last year down on Lake Fork, and
oh my God,
he has barely slowed down since then.
Done a great job, like you said, Tommy, ever since he came out on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and even before then, we've just been able to watch him here on Bassmaster Live more, and gosh, he's right in the mix almost every single tournament. He's had in the Classic and this week, a slow second day that's kind of taking him out of a chance to win possibly, but man, he has been so consistent in his little over a year being on the Bassmaster Elite Series, not even quite a year and a half into it. What a great start to a very long career ahead of him. Getting started at 18 years old, gosh, he'll be a veteran before he's 30.
Oh, gosh, yeah. He said he needs one more big one so he can get it up over 20 pounds. Trey McKinney and Tyler Williams. Tyler Williams been doing very well since last year. Came from that same class, that same freshman class as Trey McKinney, and very, very solid performer. Just gone right sort of to the top tier, you might say.
So in my Elite Series career, when I have a bad tournament, I would do two things. I would either just get away from the sport, so to speak, and just didn't want to hear, think, or do anything until the next event, try to clear it out of my mind, or I would just evaluate what I need to do different at this point in my career. If you're in that state right now, state of mind, I should say, and maybe had a bad tournament, some of the anglers didn't make the top 50 in fishing today, look at the deck of his boat. Don't overthink it. Pick a bait, in his case a jig, and every once in a while, like you mentioned, Ronnie, throw in a jerk bait if you're really going to step out on a limb, and go find the best available cover those fish are relating to. It is incredible how simple Tyler Williams has made it, currently in second place.
Makes it easier to be the Barefoot Bandit when you don't have so many hooks on the deck of the boat
Very
as
true.
well.
Very true.
And the story of this tournament, bar none, I mean far and away above anything else, is the incredible performance on the road to being a record-setting performance for Kyle Welcher. Kyle Welcher, who has 92 pounds and 10 ounces, and it's still day 3 and still some time to fish.
Yeah, absolutely incredible what we've watched him do the last 2 days.
We'll take that one.
And I honestly believe he was telling the truth. He did not have a good practice. He had one good fish located close to take off. He said, I'm gonna start with it and see what happens for about an hour before I make a long run. And Kyle Welcher caught 2 good ones and decided to stay in and spend his time, slow down, and look for these bigger female bass paired up a little bit offshore. And man, it has absolutely been incredible to watch what he has done the last few days. Kyle Welcher. And at this point, it's certainly a one-horse race. Never remember saying that midway through the third day of competition. But it's going to be fun to watch the rest of the day today and certainly tomorrow, because we are seeing history happen right in front of our eyes.
One very cool thing that he also is shooting for is that Century Club, like we talked about last year, or 2 years ago when he was sealing his Angler of the Year run. He lost half his final day and came up just half a pound or 2 pounds short of breaking 100 pounds of the St. Lawrence, so he would still love to get his first belt as well.
Welcher,
you know what those three have in
something else,
common?
that is
Welcher,
for sure.
McKinney, and Tyler Williams. They've all now started an event with 3 30-pound days. Both of them last year at Fork, Williams, and McKinney. McKinney did it for 4 days, obviously. Welcher's got to get his fish in, but...
Yes. That's 14. It's not 210. What the? 2 pounds. 14.4. got the... Yeah. Come on, baby. Give me one more giant one. That sucker barely had it too. Sorry. There's a big
Tommy,
one
I
right
think
there.
you nailed it.
I see it.
They're always fishing for something. He is obviously fishing for something.
Oh my
You wouldn't act
goodness.
that way if you weren't fishing for something.
Pound will move him up a spot.
Let him have it that time.
Is that even gonna help?
And here's the thing, I'm pretty sure he does not drink coffee or energy drinks.
Does not need them.
He does not need them.
His heart would stop, Davey.
Maybe a Mountain Dew every now and then, but I don't think he drinks.
He maybe wears a shock collar. Now, I don't know who's putting the button on it.
Or an ankle bracelet. I don't know, but
An
ankle bracelet.
Careful, you might get a bump.
You gotta love watching him. He is
Man, I
passionate.
think he's terrific. Absolutely
Passionate about what he's doing.
Yeah, I came back in here thanks to Micah. I mean, I had known about this canal, but he was like, hey, there's a bunch of bucks back there. So definitely can't take all the credit. And just had 2 or 3 2-pounders bite. I lost one, but I had like a real line burner in the well. And thankful to get rid of that thing because that could have cost me. And it was a 1-pounder and I called it with a 2. So we have 14 something. So I feel like there's an, you know, I definitely wouldn't say it's a top 10. I definitely wouldn't say Sunday's a guarantee, but at least now with 5 fish that are above 14 inches and some good ones, we have a, you know, fighting chance. That's if we can get back. It's gonna be a rough one. In fact, we probably need to go right about now. And hopefully these rods, these Douglas rods, don't fall in the water.
I think he'll make it back in plenty of time. We'll see him fish before
I'm
we're
hoping,
done.
he has a good go of it because we want to see him some more.
I mean, I say just around the corner, but a lot closer than a lot of other guys still on camera with us.
Brandon Lester. Brandon's sitting there in 4th place. He's got a pretty decent bag today, 1710.
He was looking at one there. Might be her right there. Yep, that's her. Wow, big one, son. Biggest one yet. He's got some good ones.
He does.
Oh, it's a big one. Come here, baby. Jeez. Come here.
Smallest, just a pound
quit
6.
doing
So
it.
it's going to be a
Come here,
great
one more
if he gets her in. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yes. Woo!
Real good upgrade.
Gosh almighty. Dude, I saw that thing just easing under that dock. She got right out there by that post. I made a cast, I just saw her disappear. My line started swimming off. Jeez.
That's a big one, man. I mean a big one.
That looks heavy too.
Yeah, it really does.
When you grabbed it by the mouth,
was
you
worth the
saw
wait.
just its head pull, like.
That was worth the wait. I'd say that was a good call.
Glad he got it out of there soon enough.
Yeah. He's honestly doing great conservation, keeping that little bass alive.
Yes.
Because that big one would have ate it.
Thank you.
I was going to say we haven't seen a big bite in the afternoon like yesterday till he caught that one, and also Brian Smith just put in a 6-pound 4-ounce fish, so maybe that window's open.
Did he? All right. Good deal. Yeah, nice upgrade. Best fish of the day for Brandon Lester. Already had a 5 and a 5.5. I think that one's gonna be the best of the lot right there.
Yes, I definitely agree.
It's not a pink worm, Davey, but it's not too far from a pink worm. A little purple worm action in North Carolina.
Fuchsia? You know? Fuchsia? Yeah. MD? I don't know.
A little lavender.
What a great day of fishing. Lots of big fish.
Oh man, it's good. Couldn't ask for more. It's just we're getting spoiled again. It happens all the time here on Bassmaster Live.
New king of the, not king of the hill, king of the little hill, king of the small mound.
King of the also. King of the alsos. Okay, that weight is reflected in the score. Yep, still not making much of a dent on Kyle Welcher, but how in the world could you expect to? What a performance by Kyle Welcher. But Brandon Lester, Tyler Williams, Trey McKinney, we've all seen them do good things over the last hour and a half or so, and no doubt we'll see some more. $50 anglers out there, all of them trying to accomplish something on this day. Semi-final Saturday at the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, St. Croix Elite in the Pasquotank River, Albemarle Sound. Live coverage brought to you by Rapala. Appreciate their participation in this. We sure appreciate the landscapes of the land and the water here in this incredible part of these United States, just inside of the Outer Banks, North Carolina. Freshwater, lots of big bass living here. We've seen ample evidence of that, but no one's efforts can compare to that put forth by our leader right now, Kyle Welcher.
Anglers have been spread out very well throughout the week, but you can see it's getting close to check-in time, and they have gotten a lot closer to check-in location.
Everything will collapse into that area right there. Contract into that spot. Kyle never saw much need to leave, go very far.
Yeah.
No place like home base. I like that, Brian Morgan. Came up with a good one there.
Boy. And he is still fishing for him.
He is.
Oh, now she's coming to the boat. I don't think it's even spawning.
If she followed it to the boat when he swung like that, and if she goes back out there, it's going to be over in a hurry.
It's gotta be. Yeah, I don't know what to do. If I start on her, she's gone, I'll be mad.
If you catch her, she only weighs
I don't think it's spawning.
a few ounces more than your smallest one, you might be mad also.
I mean, it's in the area, but it's not, I don't know.
Kyle Welcher from Auburn, Alabama, says he's river fished all his life, loves river fishing. See what's going on with Trey.
Well, right now we are just trying to get maybe an extra bite or something like that. I thought the run was going to be a lot worse than what it was from where I was at. Now it's still going to get pretty rough. It's going to take me 30 minutes to go 7-8 miles. But right now I just stopped in the first creek I came by, and hopefully one's going to throttle my swim jig here in a second. I don't really know. This creek is definitely not ideal. I don't say I care for it at all, but it doesn't look appetizing whatsoever. But it's hard to fish anything out there. You get blown away right now, so we're gonna try to see if we can make something work. I'm getting, I think my smallest is like 3.3, so I need like a 4 or 5 pounder, which would be awesome. Just a watercolor, real like, I don't know. I went all the river.
You can tell, Davey, that this place actually isn't tidal, like we've been saying all along, even though it seems like it would be tidal, because the water's only going out of everywhere. It's never came back anywhere, so you know it's not a moon gravitational time of day type thing. It is just the wind, the water just doesn't like it. They don't have enough magnets in the creek to keep the water in there, I guess.
Lester's last fish was a 6.5, give him a second best bag of the day, 22.9. Cut the deficit under 35 pounds.
It has been a good day. We were very fortunate to get off to a good start this morning, and this afternoon has been pretty darn slow, to be honest with you, but we just turned it around pretty quick with like a 6 something. I know it's 6 pounds, maybe 6.5, I don't know. It was a dang good one. I'm sitting here looking at another one right there on that post. It's probably just as big, but she's not wanting to bite. But yeah, it's been a fun day. You know, things have changed a little bit for sure. The water's dropped probably a foot in here. The fish have not been, yesterday they were on these docks really, really good. Today they have not been on them real good. I just kind of got fortunate and hit that fish at the right time. Got a bait in front of her and got her to bite. But I mean, I know what lives in here. That's why I've stuck with it this long. I was about ready to do something different for the rest of the day, but I know what's in here. There's a 30-pound bag in here, ain't no doubt about it. That's what we need, so, I mean, that is a great big one right there, if I can just get her to bite. She just went down on it. Come on, baby, get it. Come on. She's staring at it. Let her look at the drop shot. Maybe she won't see it. Let's go get a little bit different angle on this fish. I'd really like to catch that one. If we catch that one, we'd have a dang good bag. I'm trying. That fish may be spawning right there because she ain't moving. Right there.
Sitting here saying, try something a little beefier, something heavier, something with more profile. Hard to argue with what he's done today with the finesse baits, but we watched Kyle Welcher for 2 days
Yeah,
also
that's right,
with
yeah.
bigger bait.
He has tricked a few today.
Piqued their interest.
Plus, he just caught a 6+. So,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
on that bait. So,
yeah.
So I'm a huge basketball fan, and Kyle Jesse likes other sports as well than just fishing, and he sent me a screenshot of a famous YouTube video where Chris Paul hits a 3 to cut the deficit to 42 points, and it just reminds me of every big one we're seeing everyone else catch. That Brandon Lester cuts the lead to 35 with that huge fish catch.
Welcher has more than doubled our 10th place guy, Jay Shakir, who's got 44.5 pounds. He's more than doubled him.
Pretty wild.
Scoot it back on me now.
You normally see that, Davey, when someone maybe gets close to 100 and you're comparing them to 50th place. I doubled the guy who made 3 days and fell down and got last of the cut guys. His 3 days, my 4 days. Whew.
Yeah, but not
doubling up a guy.
First attempt of 3 days.
No,
No.
yeah.
That's ridiculous territory there.
Okay.
Gotta watch it.
Yeah, it's kind of getting personal here now.
Yeah,
he's invested.
He is, and he's moved into second place officially. So.
Brandon is not that far from home base, so he's got some time to spend here. He's got a little extra time. We might check back with him in a few minutes here. We're going to pause for one of our customary breaks, but let's take a quick look at the unofficial leaderboard right now. And Kyle Welcher with the eye-popping 92 pounds and 10 ounces. And there's Brandon Lester. Not exactly hot on his heels, but having a great day. 58-14 as it stands right now. St. Croix Progressive Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Getting into our last hour of fishing, at least for the first flighters here. Day number 3, semifinal Saturday. Not much change in the situation between first place and everybody else. It's still a wide gap. Kyle Welcher has put on one of the most unforgettable displays we have ever seen on Bassmaster Live. It's certainly, as far as dominance over the rest of the field, it is the widest margin we have ever seen here on Bassmaster Live as it stands right now. And what do you think the chances are? Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, of him slipping a little bit, going back down under, not to lose the tournament. Okay. I'm talking about not getting the record. What do you think are the chances of that?
So I think it's going to be very difficult for him to catch a 30-pound plus stringer. But I also will say confidently that he wants to, I mentioned earlier, like, put his foot on everyone's neck. I think at this point he sees he has the opportunity to make history, and he will fish hard tomorrow. Maybe with an hour left, he might go in a little early or something like that, but he's not going to just come out and, celebrate tomorrow morning and not even try.
If he wins by 25 and he doesn't get the 29-10 record, I don't think it's a disappointment at all, because someone could catch 30 tomorrow, and if he catches a 20-pound bag, then there's the deficit. But he has done his job.
All right. Well, here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, we're going to go to our Yamaha on the Line feature. For that, we dial up our friend Kyle Jesse there. Kyle, great job as always, especially on the halftime show today. And you're a man of words and a man of analysis here. And we've been trying to think, how do you fish a tournament and you somehow manage to get around only big ones? And no one else can even come close. Do you have any theories about that? Have you mulled it over in your mind and come to a conclusion? I don't know if Kyle Welcher has found out why that is yet.
Well, Tommy, I'll be completely honest. Most of my theories this week have turned out to be completely wrong. So I'm not sure I have any theories on that. But I will say that, it has been interesting to watch on live. Maybe not so much today, because it seems like most of the guys we have with the camera in the boat have caught better than average size fish. But, almost every other day of the tournament, we've seen a lot of guys go through numbers. But it seems like Kyle Welcher is really dialed in clearly to the area that has the bigger than average size fish. And lucky for him, it's not too far from right here where we're at.
Kyle, Brandon Lester, Tyler Williams, Trey McKinney, Easton, Fothergill, maybe Seth Fighter. Who finishes second this week? I'm going to ask you that.
That is the question, Ronnie. Who is going to finish second? I'm going to say Tyler Williams. I like what he's doing, fishing the jig. I think he's definitely got some high weight potential there. Davey Height knows better than anybody with that jig, what you can do. So he's in his comfort zone. He's doing what he's doing. I'm going to go with Tyler Williams.
So, Kyle, I have to ask you this, because this tournament has been a total surprise to me. We don't go to many events where I've never even been on the water there. We haven't had Elite Series tournament there, but a lot of the places we go, hey, I fished there 30 years ago, 40 years ago, something like that. So this is all new to me. I've never been there in person. But when you got there earlier this week, and it looks beautiful from studio, it really does. But when you got there, did you have any idea we'd be looking at opportunity for the winner to have 110, 120 pounds? Certainly going to be over 100 pounds. Did you see that when you drove up to Elizabeth City?
I didn't expect it. I mean, all the word, before we got here was that it was going to be a heavyweight tournament, could possibly eclipse 100 pounds, but, you know, let's be honest, we do say that probably more often than it actually happens. You know, especially Ronnie Moore, he's been known to high weight some tournaments. Definitely not surprising there, but the way it's happened has been super surprising to me. You know, early on day one, you saw the weights, I would say even like the mid part of the day, and you're thinking, you know, the weights are solid, but maybe not up to the expectation of what we expected, kind of what some of the angler predictions were coming into it. But what Kyle Welcher has done from that point to now has just been so incredible. And even beyond that, you know, the entire top 10, the way that they're catching them, clearly none quite as much as Kyle Welcher, but to see the weight that he's potentially going to get to after tomorrow, I mean, I think for everybody, it's got to be a complete shock. Even some of the locals that we've talked to here have been just amazed at what he's been able to do.
Kyle, yeah, go ahead.
I may overshoot winning weights predictions, but I didn't say that this was going to be a close tournament come final day. That's all I'm going to say. Okay,
well,
go ahead, Tommy.
Kyle. All right, Kyle, I have a project for you to put your wordsmithing abilities to use here. We need to think of a single word to describe the phenomenon where you've got a giant playing field, and guys are enticed to go to exotic, faraway places and catch them and maybe catch giant limits, yet the one angler who keeps it simple, who doesn't burn a gallon of gasoline, wins the tournament. We need to think of one word so we can have a name for a tournament like that. See what you can come up with, okay?
The one word I would say would be anomaly. That's really the only way you can describe this tournament. I mean, coming into it, everybody wanted to run far, go far ways. A lot of guys have done that with success, but Kyle Welcher, right around the corner, has done an outstanding job. I'm going to say it's an anomaly.
All right, either that or just getting Welcher. You know, that might be a way.
I like it.
That may be something else. Kyle, thank you so much. Kyle Jesse doing a great job. Enjoyed him with special guests today. Him and Dave with special guests Gerald Swindle and Basil Bacon. Got a second helping of Basil Bacon 2 days in a row.
A second helping of bacon.
Yeah.
You could wash down some basil bacon with Welcher's grape juice, right, Tommy?
Wimplicity, Tommy. Wimplicity.
Wimplicity. That's a good one. I like that too.
Well, I wish I could go back and start the day over. I made a wrong decision. Simple as that. Every big fish I weighed in this week is coming this creek. I caught 2 more big ones in here in practice, and I thought maybe if I spent all day in here and caught 5 of them, they'd weigh 25 pounds or more, but I've weighed in 3 fish out of here in the tournament, and they combined weight 16 pounds, so. But I came in here today and I hadn't caught crap, so it was a hero or bust, and well, we busted. The water's dropped about 1 foot or to 1.5 feet in here, and what's bad is I got fish I haven't even been to in the tournament yet that I was saving for today, but I was too stupid to do it. So makes me sick, makes me ticked off, you know, at myself. I was hoping, you know, we was gonna have a fishing dominated tournament, but we're not. Should have spent more time looking at my graph and looking for dots and trying to read the water conditions.
Brock definitely got some work to do, sitting in 32nd place right now if he wants to make it into the top 10. Fish on Championship Sunday. Got a little time left.
Feeling like I'm probably going to fish tomorrow. That's a good thing. It's, I don't know. It's a long 30 minutes when you're catching them and you're like, man, I just want to go in, but you know you probably should try to catch one more big one. It's kind of where I'm at right now. So I stopped on somewhere I've never fished. I'm gonna see if there's any fish, and if not, I'll go to the next spot.
Man, it is low water.
It really is.
Trees, man. Somebody's got a straw and alligator just sucking on the water, Davey, pulling it out of every other creek.
I feel sure we'll be back here after what we've seen here from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. But if we do, I'm going to find out. I'm going to be more educated about what happens in this water with different winds than I have been this week, because it still makes no sense to me, because we have seen the wind blow from all directions, and it's been low and lower.
Yeah, nothing's come up.
No. And we've had anglers. It's not like all the anglers have been on one side of the sound or the other. We have anglers spread out all over.
Drew Benton said the Chowan was low because of the wind direction, and that's coming from the north. Makes sense, blowing the water from the Chowan to the sound more.
Out to the sound.
But when we had a south wind,
right?
When we've had an east wind,
exactly.
Maybe tomorrow's west wind, Tommy. It's going to fill this place up.
Everything's going to be topped out. Okay.
Flooding in the cities or something.
Doubting it.
But how can the alligator fill up with a west wind?
Yes. You know, if we have to sacrifice the alligator's water level for the rest of the creek, maybe we will.
But it was low. Randy Howell started over there at the mouth of it with the east wind on the first day.
That's right.
It was low.
That's right.
It had dropped a foot. That's why he said he wasn't catching them. The grass was laid
You're right.
over.
That was what was offered as the reason for not. We can put a man on the moon, certainly can figure out why you have fallen water on the...
That's not the conversation to have, because I'm not quite sure we made it to the moon.
You're one of those guys, right? Okay.
The shadows don't line up in the photos, okay?
That's right.
It looks like Hollywood lights.
Yeah, sure.
Now that I've been in media, I know the light positioning, you know?
I think Neil Armstrong was reading a teleprompter. For sure. Tyler Williams, Brandon Lester battling it out for second place here. It'll be a pretty good fight. That'll be worth watching tomorrow. A lot of reasons to watch tomorrow. Records falling, potential for that. Certainly if we had the weigh-in right now, the record would fall for the most dominating performance by a single angler over.
Unlike years in the past, there's trophies for second and third place in the Bassmaster Elite, so there's definitely something about it for
this event. Yeah, that's crazy.
Trophies mean something to people. That's absolutely. That is a token of a great, great performance, and we have seen plenty of them here during the course of this week, but just nothing to compare to Kyle Welcher. Coming right back. Oh, just a matter of time before that weigh-in cranks up. Just a little more than 30 minutes, 3 p.m. Eastern time to decide it all. The final 10 for Championship Sunday will be decided at this weigh-in here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River. Kyle Welcher, of course, is in. He got into Championship Sunday about 10 o'clock yesterday morning. He got enough weight to do that.
That is actually true.
I mean, he had 30 and a half
sounds
pounds.
outlandish, but true. Brandon Lester, Tyler Williams putting on a great fight for second place here. That'll be something to watch tomorrow. Lots of reasons to watch tomorrow. The all-time record for most dominating performance in a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Could fall. Would have fallen if we stopped right now. Let's get back out to Kyle Patrick. Kyle has been working the secondary canals today pretty hard.
No, not bad. Well, I'll tell you what, the run from the river to the point was really bad. And then when we came around the point, we actually could do like 50. So I'm in this little canal that I saw on my map when I was running back towards the ramp, and we are now fishing. And hopefully soon to be catching. And hopefully it's a 6-pounder. I do have to be careful not to get too far back in here though, because it's 2:30. Oh my goodness. It's 2:30 and it would suck if we were late. Just give me a big bite on the jig, just for fun. I think everyone would like to see like a 9-pounder on this jig. Maybe it's sitting on that post right there. Oh.
Talked about the possible largest winning weight, Tommy, is something to watch for tomorrow. To think that we could add, for people who don't know the Pasquotank River, we could add that name to the list of Fork, Falcon, Santee, Clear Lake, Amistad, St. Lawrence, Guntersville, Okeechobee, Kissimmee, and Toledo Bend as Century Club lakes.
Yeah.
Do it. We were unaware of the Pasquotank and that it could break 100.
That's stunning.
But
we were.
The list of lakes that we have high expectations for that don't hit 100 are evident, and this place sneaking in here with that list of lakes is incredible.
That'd be so neat. It's a big old slob right here.
It's just I'm thinking of so many different reasons to watch tomorrow, and the other reason I'm thinking of is
that stick.
Besides the 330-pound days for Kyle Patrick, no one else has done better than 23 pounds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Not one.
Chris Johnson had 24.5.
Had 24.
Yes.
I mean, out of 100?
Yeah.
And one anglers? Not only one. None.
Yeah. I wish I spent a little more time in this canal. and
Can do
cracked
anything
it.
like Kyle has
It's
done.
different.
Not even for just one day.
It's different when we've had 30-pound bags happen once a day, but it's someone different that's caught a 30-pound bag. For the guy to catch 30 every day, and the next closest bag, like you're saying, Tommy, is 6 to 7 pounds farther. You're just
to have 3 or 4 bags over 30 pounds and one angler catch them all.
Got to be one other angler that can do it 30, and it could happen tomorrow.
Yep,
Certainly
it could.
It wouldn't change the outcome probably, but as far as the wind goes, but man.
Oh, get off of there. Please. This is such a good cast.
If that's the case, I've had a lot of good casts in my life.
The ones that when you're home? Yeah, me too.
I was told when I was little, the only good casts you ever make are the ones that result with a bass on the end of them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
scarred you for life, didn't it?
yeah, because that's a lot. That's a lot fewer good casts. Than you thought
Yeah,
you-
there's a lot more disappointments.
Yeah,
if that's
yeah.
the only success.
That's right. Life is one continuous disappointment.
Just like the only good shot in basketball is the one that goes in. We can have fun shooting the ball, but they're only good if they go in.
Kyle found a little place, running back on the way back. Easton, Fothergill, also near the home base.
Good now? I mean, it's been a good day. Started out slow. To be honest, I really wasn't very confident in relocating my fish from day one. But yeah, we tried to do something different. Tried to go do something to get a limit. That didn't work. We only caught one. And then, you know, that's all I had was to go back to where I fished day one and, you know, break it down even more and try to relocate them. And, you know, we were able to relocate them, thankfully. We only got 4 bites in there, but, you know, they're all good ones. Still have a small one in there. I wish we could have got one more bite in there. I messed up thinking it would be way bigger waves coming back, so we left way too early, but we're just hitting some stuff in here. Try to get one last upgrade to get that little guy out of there, but yeah, great day and hopefully enough to make tomorrow, because now that I've relocated them, I'd be super excited to get back in there, so. Super happy with my day and my event regardless.
Easton with about 19 pounds today was not looking like he was headed that way mid-morning. Very much of a struggle to start out this day.
Like I said earlier, these elite fishermen are great, and They make good adjustments on the fly according to the weather, the wind, the temperatures, fishing pressure, all these different things. But it is very, very clear when Easton says, I have figured them out, we're going to catch them. He's made it happen.
Yeah.
He has made it happen.
He follows up on that promise when he says so.
Did it on day one and did it again today. Yesterday he never said that and it never happened.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good point.
I mentioned Koya Fujita. He's over 21 pounds today, up from 33rd into our top 10 by about 4 pounds. There's guys right outside. Jay Shakur is 10th right now at 44.9. Keith Combs is 4 fish is at 44.2, and there's several other guys 1 bite. They can get in there. Joyce Cifuentes, you saw on day 1. He's got 3 fish, but 2 3-pounders, and he could get in.
Well, time running out. We got a couple of flights out there. Working some. We'll get to fish a little beyond 3 o'clock. One more of our anglers, some of them on the way, en route, making it through the wind of the weather. I don't think the wind got quite as high as people were expecting it to today. I think, thankfully, it's not as bad. Hope not. It's a different story, of course, out on Albemarle Sound than what we did see, because all our guys are fishing not out in Albemarle Sound, but having to use it for travel. So I'm sure we'll have some reports of rough going out there. Kyle Welcher still on top. Don't expect that to change. Brandon Lester, Tyler Williams fighting it out for second. Got to give some love to our fantastic host city, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, the harbor of hospitality. Just a great destination, rave reviews from all our anglers and fans in attendance. This special week, first week ever for the elites to not only compete in Elizabeth City, but in the state of North Carolina. It has been quite an experience, quite a ride. I would have to say, I don't know anything to a certainty, but I would have to say we will be back to this place. There's so much to explore. I feel like we've just sort of scratched the surface of this place. Well, except Kyle Welcher. Kyle Welcher's just gouged out a 4-lane highway on the surface of this place. That was and is a remarkable performance in progress right now.
Yeah, if he's scratching the surface, Tommy, he needs to trim his fingernails, because that's some scratch.
He has done some damage there.
So we've got first and third place unofficially. First and third place. Certainly we know first is official, but third place unofficially. Fishing inside of the tower.
Yeah, inside of that iconic tower. A symbol of Elizabeth City, named after a lady that ran a tavern named Elizabeth. This has always been a trade route, you know, coming down the coast and then out to the Atlantic. And for a couple hundred years, I think. History goes back a lot farther in North Carolina than a lot of other states.
Amen.
Recorded history that we
Some would say
have
it's
access to.
the best of the Carolinas, you know?
What, north? Yeah.
My wife.
Others say south.
Natalie, her middle name's Elizabeth. When I call her by Elizabeth, she knows I'm serious. No, not really. I'm gonna visit. I'm gonna have to fish, see fresh and salt water right there together. You know, the food's got to be incredible.
Yeah.
This place is on my bucket list. I'll have to admit, after watching these 3 days.
Shoot some red fishing in, catch some specks, and
catch
some big bass.
I don't think Welcher's going to order pizza tomorrow, guys. I think he's got to get crab cakes, or he's got to get hush puppies and some kind of fish
sticks.
or something. Yeah, fish sticks. And with hearing how hospitable the folks are around that region and in that city, you don't
Homemade
even have to,
hush puppies.
You just posted on Facebook tonight, 11 o'clock, bring some food to Waterfront, and he'll be there, and there'll be people there with the food, no doubt.
Yes.
After all day.
We've talked about the area that Kyle Welcher's fishing, and we'll be able to talk about it a whole lot more tomorrow on FS1 and beyond. But at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, wanted to look at some Coastmaster mapping. It's not just Lake Master here. Because we are tied to the coast somewhat, it is Coastmaster. And this general region, this is the takeoff right here in Elizabeth City, not far from where some of our top 10 have been. You've got Brandon Lester, that's been right here around the bridge. Some of those other creeks and canals down here were Fujita and others. But then we've got, you know, to the upper reaches where Brock Mosley's been. This isn't a long, long stretch of river, but when you look at the way I've got the depth highlights, 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 6 to 8, and then 10 plus is the dark blue color. Nowhere else in the Pasquotank River does it have that 10 plus foot depth range. Even out closer to the sound, it is very shallow. And so when you see it swing by there, it obviously is a great place for a lot of these fish that have been caught from other places to live and stay when we talk about retread fish. But also there's such the wideness or the width of some of these depth contours that they have spawning habitat, whether the water's low that day. Well, I don't know if the water's ever been high. It's always dropping out, it seems. But they have plenty of places to stop along the way in this 2 to 3, 3 to 5, 6 foot range where a tree can hold good fish from March all the way through May if they're taking their time spawning. And so to know that new fish are pulling up maybe from this river edge, the creek channel, onto these flatter places is definitely replenishing some of these areas for Welcher. And he's also had, guys, 4 hours every day to be able to go find more fish in more areas and check them to see. And so we'll get to dive into that a little bit more with mapping and some other deep dive stuff as well on this area tomorrow, especially if 4 or 5, maybe 6 of our anglers in the top 10 are in that region.
Well, you are the Coastmaster General.
Getting down to the final minutes, and I figured I'd come back over here where we started this morning. Just see if we could get one more bite. I've seen a couple of fish. I've seen a couple of big ones follow my bait, but this spot definitely seems to be a morning deal. I've fished it every afternoon, and I've not caught a fish here in the afternoon. But it's been good to me so far. Been a good day.
Keith Combs just landed his 5th fish, put him in 10th place. Could be his first top 10 since 2022.
Yeah.
Good. And he won the Rayburn Open that year.
Good for him.
Did he not tell us this morning there was a rock down there? A piece of
a little
rock
small rock pile, but he said it was a
something?
shell bed with a little small rock pile close by.
I think at this point he knows how many rocks he's counted. He's counted the rocks there.
Well, you might want to. You could probably count all the rocks. This place is not bothered by rocks too much.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. There is not. I haven't seen a rock all day, any of the days.
Other than the little riprap around the marina or bridge, that's it.
Yeah, bridge riprap.
Kind of messed up a few minutes ago. I didn't think my wife would still be watching Bassmaster Live, but she was.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, see?
Elizabeth.
Yeah.
She was.
Of course.
Don't want to read into too much ha-ha.
Yeah, right on, dear.
Just give her the thumbs up emoji. That seems to get you out of good and bad situations.
Right.
Doesn't it?
Read into it as you may. As you will.
I wonder if Kyle Welcher's wife is relaxing a little bit.
Oh, geez.
When the Classic he almost won, I saw her running around the mezzanine, just walking, and she circled. I was up there looking around too. She circled like 5 times.
She was squeezing. When I have to grab the winning wife and losing wife, and we have to wait by the stage. Yeah. She was squeezing my arm so tight, I had to make sure that people knew we weren't together. Like she was holding my arm like we were walking through, and I was like, she's gonna have a heart attack right now. And
I'm sure my wife was the same way. It is funny watching the wives of potential winners. Gussie's wife came up to me right before we and she was a nervous wreck also, but I'll never forget. She's like, "Did you see him fishing docks? What's he doing even trying to fish docks? He can't even cast on them." She was so funny. He can't even cast under docks. What was he doing? He was trying to do anything he could to catch one more bass he thought he needed so bad. They're your #1 fans.
Oh, no doubt about it. They sweat more bullets than you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That current is ripping right here.
If he knocks out a 6-pounder right here, I'm just gonna close my eyes and rock back. We'll be right back for the final segment of our day. Close to the end of semifinal Saturday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River. Wonderful, wonderful stuff we have seen all week. We appreciate Rapala for their sponsorship of this live coverage, Bassmaster Live. We brought you 7 hours of coverage. We're almost there. Got a few minutes of fishing left to go. Most of our anglers have arrived in the locale of the weigh-in. The weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Launch right into that. Right here on Bassmaster.com. Kyle Welcher, obviously the star attraction by a lot. Over 3 days of fishing. Where it stands right now, he would be breaking the record for the most dominating performance ever in an Elite Series event. And he's the man, he's the chosen one. There it is now.
Wow.
Now it's been written down.
It was a close vote, but Kyle Welcher is voted Marathon Peak Performance of the week, of the day for sure, of every day of this event. Started the day out very similar to yesterday with a 7-pounder very, very early, just minutes after he took off. 7-pounder at 7:44, and for the most part, his fishing day was done at 12:48 with a 4.5-pounder. Kyle Welcher, Marathon Peak Performance. He is the chosen one. Today's weight, 31.12 unofficially.
Unbelievable. Kyle Welcher had a terrible, terrible practice. Just didn't think he was going to catch 9 pounds on any one of these 4 days.
Day 3 here on the Pasquotank. Went out in the lead. Really did not know if I would catch a limit today, and today exceeded all expectations. Unbelievably good day. Super, super fun. Just super, super blessed. I can't say that enough. I really don't feel like I have any secret or I'm doing anything special. Just for whatever reason, I just keep getting lucky, and I'll let that happen as long as possible, but probably broke my PB. We'll see. We'll get it weighed on official scales, but just an unbelievable day. Started it off, caught a keeper, then caught a big one. That really settled me down and let me just kind of settle in my area and fish around. And we found that 10-pounder. It was unbelievable to get that fish in the boat.
Just finishing up day 3 here on the Pasquotank River in Elizabeth City. We had a decent day, I would say, really about what I've been doing every day. Probably got somewhere in that 16-pound range. So hopefully it's enough to keep us inside the top 10. I don't know. We may fall just short, but either way, it's been a great week. I've been pitching a 1/2 ounce Berkeley, just a skip and jig around the trees and things like that, throwing 50-pound braid to 25-pound fluorocarbon leader, 7.6 heavy rod, and 8.3-to-1 Xenon X, and it's been a blast fishing like that. It's one of my favorite ways to fish. Anytime I can use that, big stuff, it's a lot of fun. So we caught 2 big ones later in the day, I guess about middle of the day, and that's kind of what we needed to do, just to either get some really good points for the rest of the year or hopefully move us into the top 10 going into tomorrow, which would be awesome to make 2 top 10s out of 3 events. I made one at the St. John's, and I would love to make another one here, especially in my home state of North Carolina. So hopefully we got enough to do that. It'll be really close, I have a feeling, but we'll see how it shakes out.
Another lucky day. It went well. It's such a fine line between bombing and it going well because of how much luck is actually involved in it. Because I could just leave my jig sit there and nothing bite all day. I don't know why I'm catching fish, but it's pretty cool. It I guess get ready for tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I'm fishing tomorrow. I'll be very surprised, and good job to whoever else beats me if I'm not fishing tomorrow. But I don't know. It was a good day. Survived another one. The way I'm looking at his points mostly to make up for the bomb, and I'm like, now I can't lose too many more points. So now that we're locked in the 10 cut, but go weigh in and see what they weigh.
Yeah, it's Mom's birthday today. Happy birthday, Mom. We had a good day. Have a small one in there I'm kind of upset about, but can't complain. You know, almost 20 pounds. This week has proved to not be easy, so, you know, I'm super happy about that. I think it would be enough to go tomorrow. We'll see, but hopefully so. I'd be really excited to get back in there and expand on my findings that I found, you know, midday today. So fingers crossed it's enough, but we'll see. Regardless, if it's not, it's still a super good event for me and got the season on the right foot. So hopefully we can ride this momentum onto the next one at Hartwell. But yeah, super pleased with my day.
Some of the guys sizing it up for today. It was interesting talking to Tyler there, trying to make up for the bomb. He's talking about his 88th place finish at the very first event of the year down at St. Johns River, and he's done a good job of making up for that. He's unofficially listed as 20th in points right now.
Yeah.
So he has clawed back just about all of that. Yeah. That's a great job. Good on him.
You go have a bottom 20 finish in one event, and you go make a check and a top 10 that gets the points back. You go make 2 top 15s. That gets you above board. And so now
back.
he's there now.
It has been quite a day. We keep getting amazed by Kyle Welcher. You say, surely he's not going to, bust another big bag today. Surely he's not going to stretch a lead beyond 25 pounds. That's unthinkable. Oh, he's done all that, and much, much more. Kyle Welcher is a former professional gambler. If you know him, he's a sharp guy. I mean, he analyzes things. He is good at it, and he's also there's no quit in him. When he finished his season, the year he won Angler of the Year, he lost half a day. We talked about that half day, the last day on the St. Lawrence. Got finished, didn't have much time to fish, went right out in the middle of the lake and wrapped it up, just fishing as hard as he could. There's a lot of heart involved in moves like that. So we expect him to do well.
I'll talk to him again tonight, but I could sense yesterday, like I mentioned a little earlier, he's not going to be ordering shrimp bites tomorrow at lunchtime. I'm not saying he won't come in a little early. If it'd be silly to chance.
Oh, to chance not making it in.
Yeah, but he realizes, and he said, yesterday, hey, if tomorrow turns out like I hope it does, I'm going to try extra hard, because he realizes this is something special. I mean, we just talked about 2 tournaments ago. I don't know if it's Okeechobee or St. John's. I truly didn't think Patrick Walter's margin of victory would be broken anytime soon.
No, I don't think anybody did. That's one of those untouchables we all kind of held up above everything else, but it sure has every chance, every probability, it seems, of being broken tomorrow.
Yes.
You can't say it to a certainty, but you analyze it, as we say, and you got to come to that conclusion.
Possibly the second biggest fish of the Elite Series season will be weighed in just a few minutes. We'll get to see
That's right. Another reason to watch the weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Our coverage begins again, as it did today, on FS1 at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have 3 hours of coverage there, continuing after that, right here on Bassmaster.com.
Tune in early. Kyle Welcher caught 7-pounders within the first 30 minutes the last 2 days. I wouldn't put it past him to do it again.
Yeah, we were still just getting introduced when we started that. He was doing that.
He could, honestly, when we start live, maybe start Facebook, he might have 100 pounds already.
Easily could. Definitely check it out. Again, the weigh-in, Dave Mercer getting ready to crank it up here. Only 10 will be remaining. At the end of it all, the 10 who will participate in Championship Sunday for the 3rd stop of the year on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series.